Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Room 217 Missing, the Unseen Motel Horror. I never imagined a motel room number could unsettle me like that. I pulled into the gravel parking lot just as the sun was dipping below the horizon. The place looked tired, peeling paint, a flickering neon sign that buzzed intermittently, casting a sickly red glow on the cracked asphalt. A couple of rusted chairs sat outside the office, which was locked behind a glass door smeared with fingerprints and dust. I could see a faded floor plan taped to the inside of the window, yellowed at the edges and curling like old parchment. Inside, the air, cold and heavy with silence, smelled like stale coffee and something faintly metallic. The woman behind the counter barely glanced up from her crossword puzzle. She had a voice low enough to be mistaken for a whisper, and her eyes were the color of wet ash. I handed over my ID and credit card, and she typed something into a bulky computer with a keyboard that clicked louder than a train on the tracks nearby. Room 217, she said, sliding a key across the counter without looking at me. I nodded, tucking the card into my wallet. Thanks. She didn't say anything else. Didn't smile. Just stared out the window like she was expecting something or someone. The lobby was dim, lit by a single overhead bulb that buzzed like a swarm of angry bees. I stepped outside and headed toward the second floor, the stairs creaking under my weight. The night air was cool, dry, and smelled faintly of pine and something else I couldn't place. Maybe old wood, or dust. The hallway was long, narrow, and lined with doors that all looked the same, faded wood with brass numbers nailed crookedly in the center. I scanned the numbers as I walked. 201, 203, 205. Number 217. Odd, I thought. Maybe it was around the corner. I reached the end of the hall and found a small map pinned to the wall. The paper was torn in one corner, and the ink had smudged in others, but I could make out the layout well enough. 2 floors, a handful of rooms on each side, and some utility closets marked in faint gray. Every room was accounted for except 217. I frowned, running my fingers along the rough plaster. Maybe the woman at the desk made a mistake. Or maybe the room was new, and the map wasn't updated. I decided to check the first floor, just in case. Back down the stairs, I passed the office again. The woman still sat there, staring out the window. Her eyes flicked up as I walked past but didn't follow me. The first floor was cooler, and the carpet was threadbare. I recognized the same pattern on the doors, but again, number 217. At the far end, a door marked Employees Only stood slightly ajar, revealing a dim corridor beyond. I peeked inside but only saw a janitor's cart and some boxes stacked against the wall. No sign of a room number. I was about to turn back when I noticed something, a small, black dome camera mounted in the corner of the ceiling, its lens swiveling slowly. I hadn't seen any cameras outside the office. That made me uneasy. I surveilled the hallway. I moved back toward the stairs, trying to shake the feeling. Maybe it was just a security measure. I told myself that. I returned to the second floor. This time I tried the door numbers again, counting carefully: 201, 203, 205, 206, 208, 210, 212, 214, 216. Still nothing labeled 217. I checked behind the stairwell, where a storage room sat locked, its door scratched and dented as if someone had tried to force it open. I pulled out my phone and opened the motel's website, hoping for a digital floor plan or at least a confirmation of the room numbers. The site was bare bones, with grainy photos taken years ago. No maps. No room listings. I tapped the number 217 into the search bar. Nothing. My fingers trembled slightly. It was dumb to care so much about a number, but something about it felt wrong, like a loose thread on an old sweater, pulling at the fabric until it threatened to unravel. I glanced up and noticed a small sign above the far end of the hall, maintenance. The door was closed, but the handle had fresh scratches. I pressed my ear against it. Silence. Complete silence. I turned around slowly, and that's when I caught it out of the corner of my eye, a flicker of movement on the ceiling, a shadow darting behind a second camera lens. I blinked, but there was no one there. The lens swiveled again, settling back into its slow, hypnotic rotation. I felt a prickling at the nape of my neck and swallowed hard. The air felt heavier now, as if the walls themselves were watching. I decided to try the door labeled 217 anyway, the one that didn't officially exist. I found it tucked between 216 and the stairwell. The door was plain, unmarked, and cold to the touch. The handle turned smoothly, no resistance. Inside was a dim hallway, narrower than the main corridor, with walls painted a dull gray. It smelled faintly of mildew and cleaning chemicals. The carpet was newer, thicker, muffling my footsteps. No windows, no natural light. I stepped inside and looked around. The passage stretched to my left and right, lined with doors on either side. None had numbers or signs. The only light came from flickering fluorescent panels overhead, some buzzing faintly, others dimmed to a sickly glow. I pulled out my phone again, but the screen flickered, then died. No signal. The room seemed to swallow sound, even my breathing felt loud and exposed. I tried the first door on the left. Locked. The second door, same. I walked further down the hall, trying each door handle. Locked. All of them. Then I noticed the cameras, small black domes nestled in the corners, their lenses unblinking, unyielding. I couldn't shake the feeling that every move I made was being tracked, recorded. I turned to go back, but the hallway looked longer, as if it had stretched while I wasn't looking. The stairwell was gone, replaced by a solid wall painted the same dull gray as the rest. My heart beat unevenly. I shook my head, trying to clear the growing fog of unease. I must be tired. I'd driven all day, and the motel was nothing special. Maybe the woman at the desk was just odd. Maybe the cameras were for safety. Maybe the room number was a clerical error. But as I stood there, the silence pressing in on me, I couldn't ignore the voice in my head whispering that something was deeply wrong. I took a step forward, and the floor creaked underfoot. Somewhere behind me, a door clicked shut. I spun around. Nothing. Only the cold gray walls and the silent cameras, watching. I stayed frozen for a moment longer, the faint click echoing in the still hallway. The cold gray walls seemed to close in, like the building itself was holding its breath. I swallowed hard. The cameras. There were at least 4 of them in this stretch of corridor, all small black domes, their lenses glossy and unblinking. I wanted to cover my face, but my hands just hung at my sides. I felt exposed, like a bug caught under a glass. I forced myself to move forward, each footstep careful but firm. The floor creaked under my weight, a tired old sound, but somehow louder in the silence. I tried to tell myself it was just a motel settling, or my mind playing tricks after the long drive. But the way the hallway stretched farther than it should have, the missing stairwell, the locked doors, all of it whispered that something was wrong. Not broken, not forgotten, but deliberately twisted. I decided I needed to get back to the lobby. To the woman at the desk. If there was a mistake with the room number, she'd fix it, right? Maybe I could even get a refund and leave this place behind. My fingers brushed the rough plaster of the wall as I moved, the texture grainy and strangely comforting. I could smell the faint scent of mildew mixed with something floral, like a cheap air freshener trying too hard. It filled my nose with a kind of sour sweetness. I reached the spot where the stairwell should have been. Instead, there was the same unbroken gray wall. I pressed my palm against it, half expecting it to give way like a secret door. Nothing. Then a low hum started, so faint I wasn't sure if it was real or just in my head. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. "I'm losing it," I muttered, voice barely above a whisper. "I'm just tired." But the silence was too heavy. Too unnatural. I turned to retrace my steps, and that's when I noticed it, a tiny red light blinking softly on the panel next to one of the locked doors. It wasn't there before, or I'd have seen it. The light pulsed in a slow rhythm, like a heartbeat. I crouched down to get a better look. The panel was smooth plastic with a small screen, but it was dark, the numbers faded. I pressed the button below the light, half expecting a beep or a voice. Instead, the always seemed to hold its breath again. Then, a soft mechanical whir filled the air. But the door didn't open. I stood up quickly, heart thudding. My eyes darted around. The cameras. Were they watching me press that button? If this place was surveilled like a prison, then I was trapped inside a maze for someone else's amusement. I decided to try the other doors, the ones I'd passed earlier. Each one locked tight. No keyholes, no handles, just smooth panels or metal bars. I even tried some of the emergency exit doors, but they were alarmed and sealed shut. The smell of stale air and dust grew stronger the deeper I went, mingling with the faint metallic tang of something else, oil? Or rust? I stopped in front of another camera and stared at it. Had it moved? No, it was still, but I swear the lens caught a glint like it was following me, calculating. I rubbed my face and tried to steady my breath. This couldn't be real. The woman at the desk, the odd room number, the locked corridors, it was a bad joke or a nightmare. I made my way back to where the hallway branched, hoping to find a familiar sign. That's when I noticed something else, a small piece of paper taped under one of the smoke detectors. I reached up and peeled it down carefully. The paper was yellowed and curled at the edges. In shaky handwriting, it said, "Don't trust the cameras." I dropped the note like it burned my fingers. What kind of place was this? Who had left this warning? And why? I still can't explain it. The silence was broken by the faintest sound, a shuffle coming from one of the side corridors. My breath hitched. I squinted into the gloom. Nothing. The wall swallowed the noise as quickly as it appeared. I forced myself to move toward the sound, curiosity overriding caution. The corridor was narrower here, the ceiling lower, the air colder. It smelled like damp concrete and something else, old paper, maybe, or dust disturbed after years. My shoes scraped against the rough floor tiles. Then I heard it again, clearer this time. A soft thud, like footsteps. Slow, deliberate. I stopped, heart pounding so hard it echoed in my ears. The cameras above tracked me without a blink. "Hello?" I called out, voice cracking slightly. "Is someone there?" Silence. Nothing but the hum of the ventilation and the distant creak of the building settling into the night. I backed away slowly, eyes flicking between the shadows and the cameras. I was not alone. I could feel it. But who? And why? As I turned to leave, my foot hit something on the floor. I looked down, a small, battered notebook, its cover stained with dirt and ink. I crouched and picked it up. The pages inside were filled with hurried scrawl, notes, sketches of the halls, the cameras, and strange symbols I didn't recognize. One entry caught my eye. They watch. They control. I'm running out of time. If you find this, don't trust the room numbers. Don't trust the cameras. Get out before they notice. My hands trembled. The notebook felt heavier than it should, like it carried the weight of every secret this place had buried. I slid it into my jacket pocket and hurried back the way I came. The hallway seemed to shift again, longer and darker, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead. I could hear the faint buzz of the cameras, tiny motors adjusting, tracking. Then, from somewhere deeper in the motel, a voice. Low, calm, but with an edge that made my skin crawl. Lost something? It asked. I froze. The voice was close, just out of sight around a corner. No shouting. No panic. Just that quiet, controlled tone. Who's there? I called, trying to sound steadier than I felt. A shadow detached itself from the darkness. A man, middle-aged, wearing the faded uniform of the motel staff. His smile was thin, eyes sharp and unreadable. He held up his hands in a gesture meant to reassure, but I couldn't shake the feeling he was sizing me up like a puzzle piece. Just making sure you're all right, he said softly. We don't get many visitors this late. Rooms can be tricky here. The layouts. Unusual. I nodded, trying to keep my voice even. Yeah, about that. Room 217? It's not on any map. I can't find it. He laughed, a short, dry sound. 217? He shook his head slowly. That room doesn't exist. Must be a mistake. I was assigned it, I said. By the woman at the desk. He looked away briefly, then back, eyes glinting in the dim light. She's new. Confused maybe. Happens. I wanted to press him, to demand answers, but something in his gaze warned me off. Instead, I said, I think I'm going to head back to the lobby. He stepped aside, motioning down the corridor. Sure. But be careful. Some parts of this place, well, they don't like strangers wandering around. I swallowed hard. The notebook burned in my pocket. The cameras blinked. The man's smile didn't reach his eyes. As I walked away, the hum of the building and the soft click of locking doors followed me. The motel wasn't just a place to sleep. It was a trap. And whatever was watching, waiting behind those gray walls, wasn't going to let me go easily. I glanced over my shoulder once more. The man was gone. Silence. Complete silence. I stood there, blinking into the hazy corridor light, the man's words sinking in like cold water. That room doesn't exist. He said it like a fact, simple and absolute, but the key in my hand said otherwise. I glanced down, the metallic weight suddenly heavier in my palm. Room 217, carved into the brass tag with neat, official letters. It had to be real. Then what am I supposed to do? I asked, voice low, almost unwilling to break the quiet that had settled between us. He shrugged, the faded uniform shifting with the motion. Maybe the desk clerk made a mistake. Or maybe someone's playing a game. The smile was gone now, replaced by something thinner, more cautious. But you won't find 217 on any map here, that's for sure. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale air and dust sharp in my mouth. My hands trembled, not from cold, but from something else unsettling, like the moment before a storm breaks. The man took a step back, nodding once, then disappeared into the shadows as silently as he had appeared. I was left alone again, the echo of his footsteps fading into the silence. The corridor stretched ahead, the dull hum of fluorescent lights overhead flickering occasionally, casting jittery shadows on the cracked plaster walls. I glanced down at the key again. If the room wasn't on any map, then where was it? And why had I been assigned a room that didn't exist? I turned, walking deeper into the maze of hallways, drawn by a mixture of curiosity and a creeping unease I couldn't shake. The air smelled different here, less musty, more sterile, like antiseptic mixed with something faintly metallic. A low, almost imperceptible buzz filled the space, like electricity coursing just beneath the surface. I stopped, eyes scanning the walls, and then I saw it. Small black domes tucked into corners, blinking red surveillance cameras. They were everywhere. I felt cold. The man hadn't mentioned cameras, but there they were, watching. Tracking. My every move. I moved again, slower this time. Each step echoed off the narrow corridor, the sound swallowed by the thick carpeting. The silence was oppressive. My mind raced. Who was watching? Why? And how had they known I was there? The corridor took a sharp left. At the bend, a heavy metal door blocked the way, its surface scratched and smudged with fingerprints. No handle. No keyhole. Just a small keypad mounted to the side, its numbers dimly lit. I reached out, but the buzzing in my ears grew louder, making me pull back. I glanced behind me. The way I came was gone, just endless, locked doors and dead ends. The layout was a puzzle, shifting like a labyrinth designed to trap. The feeling sank into my stomach. I wasn't just lost. I was caught. A soft click echoed somewhere behind me. I spun around, heart thudding, but saw nothing. Only the flickering lights overhead and the silent gaze of the cameras. I pressed my back against the wall, breathing shallow. There was no way out. Not this way. I tried the keypad again, fingers trembling. Nothing. The keys didn't respond. I pounded lightly, hoping for some sign of life. Instead, a voice crackled through a speaker above me. Welcome. You're exactly where you're meant to be. The voice was calm, mechanical, but not cold. Almost conversational. It made my skin crawl. Who is this? I demanded, voice cracking. A pause. Why do you think you were given that room number? 217 is special. I blinked. Special? What did that mean? Look around, the voice continued. You can't leave. Not until you've answered. A cold sweat broke over me. Answered what? Questions. About yourself. About why you came here. I swallowed, the dry air burning my throat. This had nothing to do with a simple motel stay anymore. It was a test. A trap. And I was the prey. My mind flashed back to the check-in desk. The woman who'd handed me the key had seemed nervous, distracted. Had she known? Was she part of this? Was anyone? I stepped back, my fingers grazing the rough plaster. The walls didn't feel like motel walls anymore. They felt like the inside of a cage. I tried the door one last time, then turned and started walking. The corridor bent again, then again, twisting into a maze I couldn't map. The cameras followed. I could feel their eyes, mechanical and unblinking, dissecting my every gesture. Then I noticed something new, a faint scent, like burnt coffee and something metallic. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was out of place, like a signal. I followed it. The hallway opened into a small room, lit by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. The air was warmer here, and the buzz of electronics filled the space. In the center, A table with a laptop and a stack of papers sat waiting. I approached slowly. The papers were covered in notes, names, dates, locations. My name was there, scribbled repeatedly. Photos taped alongside, some of me from the road, others from the parking lot. Someone had been watching me long before I arrived. The laptop screen flickered to life at my approach, displaying a single message. "Your time starts now." I sat down, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. The keyboard felt cold beneath my fingers, the screen's glow harsh in the dim room. Questions appeared on the screen, simple at first. Where are you from? Why did you come here? But then they grew darker, more personal. Questions about choices I'd buried, mistakes I tried to forget. I realized then this wasn't just a game. It was a reckoning. Somewhere deep inside me, a voice whispered that there was no going back. Not now. I had stepped over a line, crossed a threshold. The motel, the room, the cameras, they were all part of something bigger, something designed to strip away pretense and expose truth. I glanced up, eyes catching the reflection of cameras in the cracked mirror on the wall. They were watching. Waiting. I had no idea what would happen if I failed. The air thickened with an inexplicable tension the moment I stepped through the motel's unremarkable door. Behind me, the heavy metal door remained firmly shut. The corridor beyond was silent except for the faint roar of unseen machinery. No escape. No turning back. Only the questions ahead. The glare from the laptop was the only light in the room, harsh and unnatural. It painted everything in a cold blue that felt like it seeped into my skin, and I couldn't tell if my hands were shaking from adrenaline or exhaustion. The questions. The way they dug beneath the surface, clawed at memories I hadn't wanted to touch. Every one was a pinprick, a tiny cut reopening old wounds. I blinked, trying to blink away the weight settling in my chest. Then, silence. The screen went black. The room felt colder. The cameras, reflected in the cracked mirror, seemed to lean closer, their unblinking lenses swallowing the dim light. I could almost hear the faint mechanical roar of their motors, the soft clicks as they adjusted, tracking me. I closed the laptop, the snap of the lid louder than I expected. My throat was dry, my mouth tasting of stale air and old coffee from the vending machine down the hall. I wanted to stand up, to pace, to scream anything but stay in this room where every surface whispered surveillance. There was a knock at the door. Sharp. Insistent. My hands froze on the keyboard. I didn't want to move. Didn't want to know who was there. But the knock came again, louder this time, a pattern, almost 3 quick raps, a pause, 2 more. I swallowed and forced myself to the door, heart hammering so hard it seemed like it might tear through my ribs. Peeking through the peephole, I saw a man. Thin, with a pale face that looked too clean, like someone who hadn't seen sunlight in years. His eyes were dark, too dark, and they didn't blink. Not once. "Can I help you?" My voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. He held up a hand, fingers splayed wide, then pointed a single finger to his temple and tapped twice. Confusing gesture. I thought maybe it was a sign, some kind of code. My brain was spinning, trying to catch up. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know what you want, but Quiet. His voice was low, calm, but it carried an edge that made me jump. "You need to come with me." "No," I said quickly, stepping back from the door. "I'm not." The knock turned into pounding. Heavy. Like someone trying to break in. I slammed the door shut and locked it. My hands trembled so badly I had to grip the doorknob to keep them steady. The pounding stopped. Silence again. Too quiet. I backed away, my eyes darting around the room, landing on the cracked mirror, the laptop, the small vent near the ceiling. It was too small to crawl through, but it was there. A glimmer of something. The man's voice whispered through the wood. "You can't hide." I swallowed hard. "Who are you?" I called out, voice cracking. "What do you want from me?" No answer. Only the faint hum of the building, the distant echo of a dog barking, and the steady blinking of the cameras. I needed to make a decision. Stay locked in this room, wallowing in paranoia, or risk stepping outside and facing whatever this was head on. I wasn't sure which was scarier. I grabbed the laptop, feeling the cold metal case press into my palm. The screen lit up again as if it had been waiting for me, messages scrolling faster this time, words blurring together. Trust in no one, they watch, find room 217. Room 217. That number had never come up before. My assigned room was 319. Why was 217 important now? I pulled the motel's floor plan back up on the screen. Floor 3 was straightforward, rooms 301 through 320, corridors branching evenly. Number 217. That had to be on the second floor. I flipped through the map for floor 2. It was the same, rooms 201 to 220, all accounted for. No secret rooms, no hidden corridors. I felt a cold prickling at the back of my neck. The thought crossed my mind, what if 217 was real but unmarked? A ghost room, a place deliberately erased from the map. I looked around the room, trying to catch any sign of a hidden door or passage. The wallpaper was peeling near the baseboard, revealing old plaster. My fingers traced the rough surface, nails scraping lightly. There was a faint draft coming from behind the wall. I pressed my ear to it. Nothing but muffled sounds, footsteps echoing somewhere deep within the building, distant murmurs, the faint buzz of fluorescent lights. I had to find out more. I couldn't stay in this room. Not with that man outside, not with the questions on the screen, not with the cameras watching every breath. I slipped the laptop into my backpack, grabbed the motel keycard from the desk, and moved to the door. I checked the lock, it clicked open without resistance. My heart skipped. The hallway was dimly lit by flickering bulbs, casting long, wavering shadows that seemed to stretch and twist just beyond the edge of vision. The carpet was threadbare, the smell of mildew thick in the air. Somewhere, a radiator hissed and sputtered. I stepped out quietly, the floor creaking beneath my weight. My footsteps seemed too loud, like a drumbeat announcing my intrusion. I glanced up at the cameras lining the ceiling, their glossy lenses reflecting the flickering light. I tried the elevator. No response. The buttons didn't light up. The stairs were my only option. As I made my way down the narrow stairwell, the walls closed in tighter, the air growing colder. My breath came out in tiny, misty puffs. The faint scent of damp concrete mixed with something else, a metallic tang, sharp and unsettling. At the second floor landing, I pulled out the floor plan again, comparing it with the hallway numbers. I followed the signs toward 217, or where it should be. The corridor grew narrower, the walls lined with peeling paint and scuffed wood panels. The hum of the building felt louder here, almost like whispered voices carried on the breeze. I reached a dead end. No door. Just a blank wall. I pressed my palm against it, half expecting it to give way. It didn't. Then I noticed the floor tiles. One was different, slightly raised, a faint outline around it. I knelt and tested it with my fingers. The tile shifted a hair under pressure. My pulse quickened. I pushed harder. A section of the wall beside it slid inward with a mechanical groan, revealing a narrow passage bathed in darkness. I hesitated. The air that spilled out was cooler, stale, and smelled faintly of rust and old paper. I stepped inside, the door sliding shut behind me with a soft click that echoed ominously. The hallway stretched on, a narrowing tunnel of peeling wallpaper and dim, buzzing fluorescence. I followed it, step by hesitant step, heart thudding in my ears louder than the flicker overhead. My hands were clammy, fingers clenching and unclenching as if the motion alone might steady something inside me. But it didn't. Not really. I'd been at the motel for hours now, wandering corridors that didn't exist on any floor plan, chasing the ghost of a room number that might as well have been a mirage. Room 317. The clerk's smile, the keycard sliding between my fingers, it all felt like a cruel joke. A trick. Except the trick was on me. I stopped beneath one of the cameras, the black lens fixed like a cold eye. It followed me, unblinking, recording. I tried not to think about who was watching. I tried not to imagine what they wanted. Instead, I focused on the rough plaster wall, scratched and stained, and the faint scent of mildew that clung to the stale air. Why hadn't I left? The question was sharp and persistent. I kept telling myself I needed answers, that I couldn't just walk away from the place where everything had gone wrong. But maybe I was just too stubborn, too scared to admit I'd been played. At the end of the hall, a door stood closed. No sign, no number, just a heavy slab of wood that seemed older than the building itself. I reached out, hesitated, then pushed. It creaked open, revealing a narrow stairwell spiraling down into shadow. The air was cooler here, damp and thick with the smell of earth and rust. I stepped inside. Each footfall echoed, swallowed by the darkness below. The stairwell curved down and down, the faint hum of the motel's ancient ventilation system a constant backdrop. I told myself to keep going, to find some logical explanation. To find my room. After what felt like an eternity, I reached the bottom and found myself in a storage area. Boxes stacked haphazardly, a broken chair leaning against a wall. The only light came from a small window high above, smeared with grime. I brushed my fingers along a crate's rough wood and tasted the dust on the air. It was stale, heavy, oppressive. Then I heard it, a soft shuffle, barely audible over my own breathing. I froze. The sound came again, from the far corner. My heart jerked up, my legs ready to bolt but my feet nailed to the floor. I squinted into the gloom. Nothing but shadows. "I'm not alone," I whispered. The words felt like a confession, something I hadn't admitted even to myself. My throat tightened, a dry tickle that made swallowing difficult. I edged forward, breath shallow. The camera feeds upstairs, the locked corridors, the endless maze. It wasn't just a mistake or an architectural quirk. Someone was watching. Someone was controlling the maze. And maybe waiting. A soft voice broke through the silence. "You're lost." I spun toward the sound, heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. A man stepped out from behind a stack of crates. He was middle-aged, face-lined but calm in a way that made my skin crawl. His eyes were a pale gray, sharp and unreadable. Who are you?" I asked, voice trembling. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "A friend. Or maybe just a guide." He gestured to the stairwell behind him. "You shouldn't be here." "Not yet." "I don't understand. Why is my room missing?" The words spilled out before I could stop them. "Why can't I find it?" He shrugged. "Rooms come and go. Corridors shift. It's all part of the design." His gaze flicked to the ceiling, where the cameras were positioned like silent sentinels. "You're part of the experiment now, whether you like it or not." The word hit me like a slap. Experiment. Control. Surveillance. It made everything click, the impossible floor plans, the locked doors, the endless watching. I swallowed hard, trying to digest the weight of it. I was a subject, a pawn in someone's game. Why me? I asked, voice barely more than a breath. The man's smile deepened, cold and thin. Because you're curious. Because you ask questions. Because you don't just accept what you're told. I wanted to hate him. To scream, to shake him until he told me how to get out. But my hands were too weak, my mind too tangled. Instead, I nodded slowly, the fight draining out of me. He turned, motioning for me to follow. Come. I'll show you the way out. We climbed the stairs back up, the light growing brighter with every step. I kept my eyes on him, watching for any sign of deceit. But there was none. Just a man, leading me through the maze. When we reached the lobby, the world outside was muted, the sun setting, casting long shadows over the cracked pavement. The motel looked ordinary, forgettable, like any other rundown roadside stop. The man stopped beside the exit, his expression unreadable. You'll want to leave. And never come back. I nodded again, relief and exhaustion washing over me like a tide. The keycard was gone from my pocket. I must have dropped it somewhere in the labyrinth. It didn't matter. I didn't need it anymore. As I stepped outside, the night air was cool against my skin, sharp with the scent of pine and distant rain. I looked back once at the building, the flickering lights, the cameras hidden in plain sight. I thought about the people who'd come before me, the ones who'd vanished into the maze and never returned. I thought about the fear that had gripped me, the way the walls seemed to close in, the endless watching eyes. And then I walked away. The road was empty, stretching out beneath the stars. I didn't know what the future held, but I knew I wasn't the same person who'd checked in just hours ago. The motel had taken something from me, yes. But it had given me something too of fierce, stubborn clarity. I wouldn't be fooled again. I wouldn't let curiosity become a trap. I slowed my pace, breathing in the night air, tasting the cold on my tongue. Every step was a small victory, a quiet reclaiming of myself. Behind me, the motel faded into darkness, a secret swallowed by the shadows. And I was free. Story 2, The Unseen Guest, Motel's Silent Erasure. I arrived in the town just as the sun decided it had done enough for the day, slipping behind a tangle of low hills and leaving the sky a dull, bruised purple. I was chasing a story, or maybe it was chasing me. Traveling journalist, they say, but what I really was a collector of small oddities, the kind of human glitches that didn't make the front page but stuck in your head all the same. This town wasn't on any tourist maps. It shouldn't even have had a motel, but it did. And that motel had something about it that made me hesitate. Not a good hesitation, the kind that makes you check the locks twice or wonder if you should have taken the exit a few miles back. The lobby was dim, lit by a single flickering fluorescent bulb overhead that hummed in a way that grated on the nerves after a while. The walls were a yellowed beige, the kind of color that might have once been cheerful but had long since surrendered to age. A fan whirred lazily in the corner, stirring the heavy, recycled air. Behind the desk sat a woman who looked like she'd been working here since the place opened, gray strands speckled through her tightly pulled hair, a face that didn't smile but didn't frown either. She was busy typing on a keyboard so old the letters were nearly worn away. I set my bag down and watched the lobby, letting my eyes wander while I waited for her to acknowledge me. That's when I saw him. He was a man, mid-30s, maybe early 40s, sitting in one of the peeling vinyl chairs by the window. Dark hair, unshaven in a way that suggested he didn't care, or maybe didn't have the energy. His clothes were faded, a jacket that looked like it had seen better winters and jeans frayed at the cuffs. He didn't say a word, just sat there, face pressed forward, hands folded loosely on his lap like he was waiting for something that wasn't coming. The dim light caught the glint of something on his wrist, a watch maybe, though it looked old and scratched. What caught me wasn't just that he was there, but that every time someone came into the lobby, every time the staff glanced his way, it was like he didn't exist. The woman behind the desk didn't so much as shift in her chair. A younger man, probably the night clerk, passed through the doorway and nodded at the woman, then moved straight past the seated man without a glance. It was deliberate. Like an invisible rule. I found it odd. Not strange in a ghost story way, more like a social rule you stumble into on a bad day, where someone is deliberately erased. I wasn't sure why it bothered me so much, but I felt a pull, that journalist itch that says, look closer. I tried to catch the woman's attention again. Excuse me, I said, voice low but clear. Is that man staying here? I haven't seen anyone check him in. Her fingers paused over the keyboard, then she looked up with a blank expression, eyes sliding over me like I was a shadow. Which man? She asked, voice flat. The one sitting by the window. The guy with the jacket. I gestured subtly. She blinked once and then shook her head. There's no one waiting. Her tone was polite but firm, like I'd asked about a lost dog or a package that never arrived. I frowned, glancing back at the man. He hadn't moved a muscle, still sitting there, watching out the window or maybe just staring through it. The streetlights outside had started to flicker on, casting long, uneasy shadows across the cracked tiles. Are you sure? I pressed. Because I just saw him. The younger man from the back office came into view again, his eyes darting just past the seated figure without comment. Ma'am, he's not registered, he said quickly, voice clipped. Maybe he's waiting for someone, I offered, feeling a little ridiculous but unable to stop. The man's presence felt like a question hanging in the air, a question the staff refused to answer. The woman nodded, almost as if she'd made up her mind. We don't have any guests loitering in the lobby, she said. If he's not checking in, then he's not here. I looked back at the man. His gaze shifted slightly, just enough for me to catch the tiredness in his eyes, but then he went still again. The air between us thickened, and I felt a chill creep down my neck despite the stuffy warmth. I stepped closer, lowering my voice. Sir? I said tentatively, hoping for some kind of acknowledgement. Are you okay? Do you need help? He turned his head slowly, eyes meeting mine for the briefest moment. There was something lost in them, something too heavy to carry alone. Then he looked away, back toward the window, and said nothing. His lips didn't move, but the faintest sound came from his throat, almost like a sigh. I swallowed hard. My pulse was steady, but my hands trembled a little. Not out of fear, necessarily. Curiosity mixed with frustration. Was he invisible because he wanted to be? Or because someone had made him so? The woman behind the desk glanced at me again, her expression sharpening, a flicker of warning sparking in her eyes. You shouldn't bother him, she said quietly. He's not our concern. I just want to make sure he's all right, I said, meeting her gaze. She smiled then, but it wasn't friendly. It was the kind of smile that says you're poking at something that isn't meant to be poked. Some things aren't meant to be seen, she said softly. Her words settled over the room like dust. I looked back to where the man sat, alone in the fading light, the silence stretching taut between us. The air smelled faintly of mildew and something metallic, like old pennies left too long in a jar. I didn't know what I was getting into, but I couldn't walk away. Not yet. Outside, a dog barked somewhere in the distance. The sound was sharp and sudden, breaking the quiet like a dropped glass. The man shifted again, and I caught the briefest flicker of something, fear, maybe, or resignation. As I reached for my notebook, the woman behind the desk pressed a button beneath the counter. The flickering light overhead steadied, but the room felt colder. I glanced around. The man was gone. I blinked, confused. The chair where he'd been sitting was empty, and the lobby looked exactly the same, but somehow different. "Sir?" I called out, voice barely above a whisper. No answer. I was left staring at the cracked floor tiles, the faint scent of stale smoke, and the uneasy feeling that I had just witnessed a disappearance, not the kind you read about in headlines, but something far quieter. Something darker. I grabbed my coat, the fabric rough against my skin, and walked outside. The night air was cool, the faint rustle of leaves whispering secrets I couldn't quite catch. The motel sign buzzed weakly above me, its glow sputtering like a dying breath. And as I stood there, I knew one thing for certain. This was no ordinary motel. And that man was no ordinary guest. The night air was colder than I remembered when I stepped outside, the roughness of my coat scraping against my wrist as I pulled it tighter. That sudden silence inside still clung to me, like a shadow that refused to fade. The empty chair where the man had sat, a spot I kept glancing back at, seemed to mock me. I wanted to believe I'd imagined the whole thing, but the unease in my stomach said otherwise. The distant bark from a dog echoed again, sharper this time, as if demanding attention. It made me pause. I looked down the cracked sidewalk, past the flickering street lamp that sputtered weakly above the motel's peeling sign. Even the night smelled wrong, something stale and metallic, mixed with a faint trace of burnt coffee or maybe burnt toast from the tiny diner down the road. I walked back inside, hesitating just beyond the door as the lobby's fluorescent light buzzed overhead. The receptionist was gone. The woman behind the desk who had pressed that button vanished without a trace, as if the building itself had swallowed her whole. The faint hum of an old air conditioner was the only sound. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. Almost midnight. The man was nowhere to be found, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling he hadn't really left. Not in the way I understood. I settled into one of the stiff, faded armchairs, running my fingers over the cracked leather. The motel lobby felt like a stage set, a place designed to look lived in, but hollow. I tried to remember the details of the man's face, the way his eyes darted around, the tight line of his mouth, the shadows beneath his cheekbones. There was something about him that didn't register as guest. More like a fixture, or maybe a prisoner. I pulled out my notebook, scribbling down fragments. Man appears nightly. Staff deny his presence. Sudden disappearance. Possible conspiracy. The pen felt heavy in my hand, as if it were dragging the words down instead of writing them. I glanced toward the door. It was locked now, the small deadbolt clicked into place. I hadn't noticed it before. Locked from the inside? Who would lock the lobby at night? A soft creak drew my attention to the stairwell leading upstairs. The paint was chipped, and the handrail felt sticky under my fingertips. I could just make out the faintest smell of something else, something sharp and chemical. I leaned closer, sniffing cautiously. Cleaning solution, maybe? But there was an undertone I couldn't place. Something rancid. Rotting wood? I swallowed hard. I was about to stand when a door at the far end of the lobby cracked open, just a sliver. A pale sliver of light spilled out, spilling onto the worn carpet. I stepped toward it, heart suddenly louder in my ears. The hallway beyond was dim, the walls stained with old water damage, the wallpaper peeling in uneven strips. I called softly, "Hello?" No answer. I pulled the door open wider. The room looked like a storage closet or maybe an old office. Cardboard boxes stacked haphazardly, a dusty filing cabinet, and a cheap folding chair pushed under a narrow desk. A single, buzzing fluorescent tube flickered overhead. I reached out and touched the edge of a box. It felt damp, as if moisture had seeped in over time. The smell hit me again, musty, but with something else lurking beneath. I coughed, the air thick and stale. On the desk, a half-empty cup of coffee sat, the liquid dark and cold, a faint ring of dried residue staining the surface. Next to it, a crumpled piece of paper caught my eye. I picked it up carefully. It was a receipt from a local diner, dated 2 days ago. The name on it was the same as the man who had sat in the lobby. I flipped it over. Nothing else. No notes, no messages. I pocketed the receipt and stepped back, suddenly aware of the silence pressing in again. The kind of silence that wasn't just absence of sound, but something waiting, watching. I closed the door quietly and returned to the front desk area. The chair where the man had been was still empty, but I noticed something new, a small stain on the carpet, dark and spreading slowly like spilled ink. I knelt down, brushing my finger over it. It was sticky. I almost gagged. Not just a stain. Something organic. I stood abruptly, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling. The lobby's lights flickered again, and I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow slipping behind the far wall. I made my way to the front desk and found the woman who had disappeared earlier standing behind it, arms crossed, expression unreadable. "You shouldn't be here," she said softly, her voice like gravel. I blinked. I was just looking for the man who's been staying here. The one who never leaves the lobby. She shook her head slowly, a tight smile curving her lips. "There's no one here like that. You must be mistaken." "I saw him," I insisted, trying to keep my voice calm. "Last night, just before you pressed that button." Her smile faded. The shift in her posture was subtle but unmistakable, a tightening around the eyes, a flicker of something unspoken. "Sir, this is private property. You're not a guest. It's late. You should leave." I glanced toward the door, feeling a sudden chill. The receptionist's gaze held mine too long, steady and unblinking. "Why do you insist he's not here?" I asked quietly. "What are you hiding?" She didn't answer. Instead, the man from the lobby appeared behind her, stepping out from the shadows. His face was pale, eyes sunken deep with exhaustion or something worse. But when I looked to the woman, she blinked and shook her head, as if trying to clear an image from her mind. "No one's here," she whispered. The man said nothing. He simply stared at me, lips pressed thin, then turned and disappeared down the hallway. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. This wasn't about a missing guest anymore. It was about control. Secrets. Something no one wanted uncovered. I knew I couldn't leave. Not yet. The night wasn't over. And neither was the story. The man's retreat down the hallway left a hollow silence in the lobby, thick and heavy, like the moment after a slammed door. "Look," I said, voice low. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to understand." My words felt brittle, as if they'd crack under the weight of her silence. She blinked rapidly, then glanced over her shoulder, as if checking for someone or something. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered, almost pleading. "It's not safe. Not safe." Those words bounced around my head. I wanted to press her, but the knot in my stomach tightened. The lobby lights flickered again, the buzzing overhead a nervous tick in the quiet. Safe from what? I asked, though I already knew the answer wasn't going to be simple. Her gaze darted to the hallway where the man had disappeared. "You don't know what you're dealing with. This place, it's different after dark." I frowned. Different how? I had been here for 3 nights. Different felt like an understatement for this place's undercurrent of dread. The clock above the front desk ticked loudly, its hands inching toward midnight. Outside, a dog barked far away, a sharp, lonely sound that made the hair on my neck prickle. I glanced at the hallway again. The man was gone. But the silence in that direction wasn't empty. It was waiting. "I need to see the rooms," I said suddenly, the words surprising even me. "If there's something going on here, I want to know. I want to see for myself." Her head snapped up. "No," she said firmly. "No one goes down there after dark." That was it. The line in the sand. I wasn't leaving without answers. The story was swallowing me whole. I stepped around her, toward the corridor. The air grew colder, the faint scent of mildew curling in the corners. The walls were chipped, plaster rough and crumbling beneath my fingertips when I reached out. The fluorescent bulbs buzzed erratically, casting long shadows that seemed to twitch just out of sight. I stopped at the end of the hall, where a door stood slightly ajar. It wasn't marked, just a dull metal slab with a peeling sticker that read storage. Curiosity gnawed at me. The man had vanished down here, and no one wanted to acknowledge him. Why? I pushed the door open, the hinges protesting with a rusty creak. Inside was a narrow stairwell, descending into darkness. A faint draft carried the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic, sharp, and cold. My heart thudded against my ribs as I flicked on my phone's flashlight. The beam cut through the gloom, illuminating cracked concrete steps slick with moisture. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed to turn back. But the story wasn't going to uncover itself. I took a step down. The stairs groaned underfoot, echoing into a vast, underground space. It wasn't a basement in the usual sense. It was more like a forgotten bunker, with low ceilings and walls lined by rows of old filing cabinets and forgotten crates. I ran a hand along one cabinet. Dust coated the surface thickly, disturbed only by a thin trail of fingerprints. Someone had been here recently. Then I heard it, a faint murmur, like voices carried through a wall. I froze, holding my breath. The sound came from a door at the far end, cracked open just enough to spill dim light. I edged closer, every step careful, senses flaring. The murmur sharpened into words, fragmented and urgent. Not supposed to be here. Control them, no witnesses. The voices stopped abruptly. Silence. Complete silence. My phone slipped from my sweaty palm and clattered against the concrete. Panic surged, cold and immediate. Then, footsteps. Heavy, deliberate, echoing in the empty space behind me. I spun around. The hallway was empty. But I could feel it watching. Waiting. I swallowed hard, the taste of adrenaline bitter on my tongue. This wasn't just about a missing man anymore. It was a web, and I was tangled deep inside. My breath hitched when a hand grabbed my shoulder. Not the receptionist. Not the pale man. Someone else. Enough, a voice hissed close to my ear, low and cold. You don't belong here. The grip was firm, unyielding, but there was no anger in the voice. Just warning. I wanted to pull away, to run. But my legs felt rooted to the spot. You don't understand what's at stake, the voice continued. This isn't a story to write. It's a secret to keep. I blinked, trying to focus through the sudden dizziness. The light from my phone flickered, casting long, distorted shadows on the walls. Why? I whispered. Why hide him? What's happening here? The hand released me. The figure stepped back into the shadows. Because some things rot from the inside out. And this place, It's already hollow. Before I could ask more, footsteps echoed down the stairwell. The figure retreated into the darkness, swallowed whole by the shadows. I stood alone, heart hammering, the weight of the night pressing down. I had crossed a line. There was no turning back. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window panes. The distant bark of the dog sliced through the night. The man from the lobby was real. And whatever he represented was buried deeper than I imagined. The story wasn't just about a missing guest anymore. It was about something far darker. And I was right in the middle of it. The air in the stairwell was colder than I expected, like the building itself was shutting down against me. I stayed put, tilted my head, listening. The hushed voices of the night shift staff filtered up, indistinct but tense. No sign of a man. Whoever or whatever had grabbed my arm had vanished into the shadows like smoke. But the warning lingered, some things rot from the inside out. That phrase kept replaying in my mind, a slow drip of dread. I tried to steady my hands, but they trembled as I fumbled for my phone. The screen blinked weakly, a feeble lighthouse in the dark. I pressed the power button again, willing it to stay alive. Even the battery seemed reluctant to help me. The faint glow revealed the worn carpet underfoot, frayed and stained, the kind that never quite dries no matter how many times you clean it. A distant creak made me freeze. The building shifted, or maybe someone moved. I swallowed, tasted the bitter tang of adrenaline, sharp and metallic. I debated going back down to the lobby, but the thought of those blank faces, those walls of silence, felt like walking into quicksand. Still, I had to know more. This wasn't just about a missing man anymore. It was about the rot, the silence, the way everyone here seemed complicit in something unspoken. I edged toward the top floor, the stairwell narrowing into a squeeze of darkness. The peeling wallpaper curled away from the walls like dead skin. The faint scent of mildew mixed with something else, something coppery and sharp. Blood? I hoped not. My pulse kicked up again, loud enough to drown out everything else. I pressed on. At the landing, a door stood ajar. A sliver of weak yellow light spilled out, casting a jagged rectangle onto the floor. I hesitated, then pushed it open. The room was empty, but the bed was unmade, sheets twisted and tangled, like someone had left in a hurry. No, like someone had been forced to leave. On the nightstand, an old rotary phone sat covered in dust. I reached out and brushed my fingers over it, feeling the rough plastic, cold and unforgiving. It was the kind of phone you didn't see anymore, a relic like the rest of the motel. I lifted the receiver briefly, but silence answered. Dead lines. A noise made me spin. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Something heavy against the floorboards. I backed toward the door, heart hammering so loud I thought the whole room might shake. Then the door behind me clicked shut. Hello? My voice cracked, small and uncertain. No answer. Just the creak of the floor and the distant hum of the motel's ancient air conditioning unit struggling to stay alive. I tried the knob. Locked. No keyhole. Just a solid, thick door sealing me in. The room felt smaller all of a sudden, the shadows gathering at the corners like they meant to swallow me whole. The air grew thick, almost suffocating, carrying the faintest odor of sweat and something metallic, stale. I turned back to the bed, searching for anything, notes, clues, something left behind by the man. My fingers trailed over the mattress, the roughness of the fabric, the faint indentations of a body recently there. A folded piece of paper slipped out from under the pillow. Hands shaking, I unfolded it. The ink was smudged, the handwriting jagged and hurried. Don't trust them. They erase him. They erase us. Just those few words, but enough to send a chill racing down my spine. I stuffed the paper into my pocket, heart thudding as I pressed my back against the door and slid down to the floor. Outside, the muffled sounds of voices rose briefly, then fell silent again. The dread settled deeper, thick and suffocating, pressing on my chest. Minutes passed. I lost track of time. The phone on the nightstand suddenly rang, shrill and jarring in the stillness. I jumped, nearly dropping my phone. I grabbed the receiver, breath caught in my throat. "Who is this?" I whispered. No answer. Just heavy breathing, ragged and uneven. Then a soft click, the line went dead. My hands trembled so badly I almost couldn't hold the phone. I pressed the receiver down and stared at it, the silence louder than ever. I was trapped. Alone. But not really. The motel was watching. The next knock on the door was slow, deliberate. 3 knocks. Then silence. I didn't know if I should answer. My fingers hovered over the doorframe, poised between fight and flight. Then the voice, low and gravelly, came through the wood. "You shouldn't be here." No name. No face. Just that same warning, like a thread pulling me deeper into the dark underbelly of this place. I shoved my phone into my pocket and pressed my ear to the door. "Why?" I asked. "What is this place?" A long pause. "Because something's rot from the inside out." The door rattled slightly as if someone pressed their palm against it, searching, testing. I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and fear thick on my tongue. Then, the unmistakable sound of footsteps retreating down the hall. Silence. Complete silence. I sat back against the door, eyes closed, trying to calm the storm inside my chest. Whatever this was, it wasn't just a missing man. It was a suffocating lie, one built on fear and silence. And I was running out of time to uncover it. The silence in that hall seemed to cling to every inch of the peeling wallpaper and cracked linoleum, like the motel itself was holding its breath. I stayed pressed against the door for what felt like hours, though time had lost all meaning. My ears still caught the faint scrape of footsteps fading away, a slow retreat into the shadows where the staff didn't want me to follow. The phrase, "some things rot from the inside out," echoed relentlessly in my mind, a dark truth I wasn't ready to face but couldn't ignore. Morning came, or something like it. The dull gray light filtered through the grimy curtains, casting long, cold streaks across the cracked floor. I rubbed my hands together, trying to shake off the numbness crawling up my arms. The motel smelled like stale cigarettes and cheap disinfectant, a scent that stuck to your skin and refused to leave. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the phone in my hand, debating whether to call someone, anyone. But who? The police? They'd probably laugh off my story about a man no one acknowledged, or worse, write it off as a prank. Still, I knew I had to do something. I made my way down to the lobby, the worn carpet muffling my footsteps. The front desk was empty, but the bowl of candy on the counter was untouched, a sickly sweet reminder of the motel's famed hospitality. I caught sight of the night clerk through the glass door of the back office. She looked up, her eyes narrowing as if she recognized the question forming on my lips before it even left my mouth. "I want to know about the man," I said quietly. She didn't flinch. "Which man?" Her voice was flat, practiced. "Crazy, right? The one who checks in every night. The one who never leaves the lobby." Her lips twitched, almost a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Nobody stays here like that." I stepped closer. "I saw him. I heard him speak last night." She shook her head slowly, like she was trying to erase something unpleasant from her memory. "You're mistaken. There's only guests who check in and check out." That's how this place works. I swallowed hard. A shiver ran down my spine, but it wasn't cold. It was the feeling of being watched, of something just beneath the surface, barely visible but undeniably there. Why won't anyone talk about him? The clerk's gaze dropped to her hands folded on the desk. Because he's not a guest, she said, voice barely above a whisper. Not anymore. I frowned. What do you mean? Before she could answer, the manager, a tall man with a slick back hair and a smile that didn't reach his eyes, appeared behind the counter. Is there a problem here? The clerk straightened, her shoulders stiffening. No problem, sir. He looked at me with a cold, unreadable expression. You're a journalist, aren't you? I suggest you leave. The weight in my chest tightened. I wanted to argue, to demand answers, but something in his tone froze me in place. The kind of quiet authority that didn't need to shout to be heard. I nodded slowly, stepping back. Maybe I will. Outside, the air was sharp and clear, the kind that felt like it could cut through lies. I lit a cigarette, the smoke curling in lazy spirals as I tried to piece everything together. The man in the lobby wasn't a guest, at least not in any conventional sense. The staff's refusal to acknowledge him wasn't mere neglect, it was something deliberate, calculated. What was so dangerous about his existence that they'd rather pretend he wasn't there? The answer came sooner than I expected. Later that day, while wandering the outskirts of town, I stumbled upon a cluster of old buildings. Rusted signs and boarded windows gave them the look of places long forgotten, but one door caught my eye. It was ajar, revealing a narrow staircase leading underground. My pulse quickened, but curiosity pushed me forward. The air below was thick, stale, smelling of mold and something metallic I couldn't place. The dim light revealed a network of rooms, small, cramped, barely furnished. It looked like a bunker, or maybe a holding area. My fingers brushed against rough concrete walls as I moved deeper, heart hammering not just from fear but from the weight of discovery. In one room, I found a cot and a pile of worn clothes. In another, a stack of newspapers with dates going back months. And then I saw photographs pinned to a corkboard, pictures of the man from the lobby, his face pale and gaunt but unmistakably the same. Notes scribbled in frantic handwriting surrounded them, words like escape, hostage, and silent witness. I realized with a chill that the motel staff wasn't ignoring this man because he was invisible, they were hiding him because he was trapped. The truth pressed down on me, suffocating and raw. This wasn't some supernatural mystery or urban legend. It was a human nightmare, a story of control and fear disguised behind the thin veil of hospitality. I left the underground rooms quietly, my footsteps echoing off the concrete. Outside, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the cracked pavement. The motel looked different now, less like a place to stay, more like a prison. That night, I packed my bags. I wasn't going to be the one to rescue him. I wasn't equipped for that kind of reckoning. But I could tell his story. I had to. Before I left, I returned to the lobby one last time. The man was there, sitting silently in the corner, eyes fixed on the flickering television. When our gazes met, something unspoken passed between us. A plea? A warning? I wasn't sure. But I nodded, a quiet promise that he wouldn't be forgotten. Driving away, I kept replaying every moment, the locked doors, the whispered warnings, the faces that refused to meet mine. The motel faded in the rearview mirror, but the weight of what I'd uncovered didn't lighten. It settled deep inside me, a reminder that some horrors aren't monsters lurking in the dark. They're the secrets people bury to keep themselves safe. I don't know what happened to the man after that night. Maybe the staff kept him locked away, or maybe he found a way out, finally breaking free from the silence. What I do know is that the motel, with its cracked walls and whispered lies, left a mark on me I can't shake. The story I told wasn't just about a missing guest or a strange man in the lobby. It was about the darkness people hide behind polite smiles and locked doors. About the cost of silence and the courage it takes to break it. And as I write these words now, miles away from that place, the taste of dust and fear still lingers on my tongue. Story 3, Shifting Woods, the Unstable Forest Path. The first morning in the cabin arrived with a peculiar stillness I hadn't expected. I rolled out of bed and padded to the window, trying to ignore the nagging sensation in my stomach that something was already off. The forest stretched beyond the clearing, dense and dark, but the trees didn't look quite the same as they had the day before when I arrived. Maybe it was just the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows, or the angle. I squinted, tracing the familiar curve of the trail I'd followed in, but the path seemed narrower, more tangled with underbrush. I told myself it was nothing. It had to be. Breakfast was a quiet affair. I'd brought oatmeal and canned fruit easy, nothing fancy. As I spooned the bland mixture into my mouth, I heard a faint crack from outside, like a twig snapping underfoot. I froze. The cabin was supposed to be miles from the nearest neighbor. No hunters scheduled for this week, no hikers for at least a few days. The noise repeated, a little louder this time, somewhere near the back of the property. I set down my spoon and pressed my ear to the wall. Silence. Complete silence. When I stepped outside, the air was colder than I expected for early October, sharp against my skin. The ground was damp, and a thin mist hovered low, crawling through the underbrush like a slow-moving ghost. I noticed then that the rocks lining the small garden bed had shifted. I was sure of it, the largest one, a jagged piece of granite I placed with care, was now leaning at a curious angle, almost as if it had been pushed. I knelt and poked at the earth around it. The soil was soft but undisturbed. No footprints, no animal tracks. Nothing. I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the window, disheveled hair, pale face, eyes a little too wide. I shook my head, trying to clear the creeping doubt. I wasn't losing it. Not yet. The forest called to me, though. I'd come here for quiet, for space to think. To write. To get away from the noise of the city and the relentless buzz of emails and deadlines. I needed this. I needed to be alone. But as I wandered along the edge of the clearing, I found myself hesitating at the tree line. Something about the way the branches twisted, the way the shadows pulled, felt different. Like the forest was watching, waiting. I tapped my foot against a fallen log, the bark rough and damp beneath my shoe. Probably just nerves, I muttered. First day jitters. I wanted to believe it. The trail I'd mapped out the day before seemed to stretch farther than I remembered. I followed it anyway, stepping carefully over roots slick with moss. The sound of my boots against the earth was oddly loud in the hush. Then I caught it, a faint murmur, like voices carried on the wind, but too distant to make out. I stopped, holding my breath, scanning the trees. Nothing. I turned back, retracing my steps, but found the trail forked where it hadn't before. I blinked, sure I must be mistaken. I had a map. A compass. Everything to keep me oriented. Yet here was a fork, splitting into two narrow paths, each swallowed by shadow. I picked the left, heart thudding a little faster, and walked on. The air grew heavier, the scent of pine mingling with something sour, like spoiled fruit. The branches overhead knitted tighter, blocking the sky. The ground beneath my feet was uneven, tangled with roots that seemed to shift just as I passed. I stumbled, caught myself, and looked back. The other path was gone, vanished into a wall of thick brush. I swallowed hard. That was impossible. I pulled out my phone, but there was no signal. The cabin's only connection to the outside world was a weak satellite link that didn't reach this deep. I stuffed the phone back in my pocket and pressed on, fingers dragging along the rough bark of a tree to steady myself. When I finally made it back to the clearing, the sun was lower, casting long, lean shadows that stretched like dark fingers across the ground. The cabin looked the same, but from the corner of my eye, I thought I saw the door slightly ajar. I could have sworn I'd locked it. I approached slowly, heart hammering now, palms slick with sweat. The lock was secure. I tested the handle again. Locked tight. I stepped inside, the floor creaking beneath my boots. The air was warmer here, but there was a new smell, something metallic, faint but unmistakable. I traced it to the kitchen sink. The faucet dripped steadily, a slow, rhythmic sound in the quiet room. I hadn't turned it on. I bent down, listening to the water hit the basin. My hands trembled slightly. I told myself I was tired. That's all. The mind plays tricks when you're out here alone. I looked around the cabin, at the neat stack of firewood, the faded photograph pinned to the fridge of a smiling family I didn't know, the small journal I'd left open on the table. Nothing else seemed out of place. But then I noticed the journal's pages had shifted. The entry I'd written the night before was no longer on the first page. Instead, the book was open to a blank spread further in, as if someone had been reading it. I slammed the cover shut, breath catching. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I wasn't alone. Not yet, maybe. But someone else had been here. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows like a soft warning. I stared at the door, half expecting it to open on its own, but it stayed shut. For now. I poured a glass of water, the cold liquid burning slightly as I swallowed. Questions swirled in my mind, but no answers. Just the forest, vast and silent, and the feeling that the ground beneath me was shifting, rearranging itself just enough to keep me guessing. I sat down at the table and stared out the window. The trees swayed gently, shadows dancing in the fading light. Somewhere beyond the edge of sight, footsteps moved softly. I heard a faint whisper carried on the breeze, or maybe it was my own breath. I wasn't sure what was waiting out there, but I knew one thing for certain: the forest had plans of its own, and I was already caught in the middle. The wind had settled by dawn, but the air, cold and heavy with silence, remained heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and pine needles pressed flat by night rain. I rubbed my face and swung my legs over the side of the bed. The floorboards creaked beneath my bare feet as I padded to the window. The forest looked different in the cold light, almost too quiet. No birds on yet, no rustling of squirrels or chipmunks. Just the slow drip of rain from the eaves, and the occasional snap of a twig somewhere deep in the woods. I could almost taste the damp, metallic, like blood but not quite, mixed with the bitterness of wet bark. I decided I couldn't wait any longer. That book, whatever it was, had to be my next clue. I crossed to the table and pulled it out again, fingers trembling slightly. The cover was worn, the leather cracked, smelling faintly of mildew and old smoke. I flipped it open to the page I'd left off on, but my eyes kept drifting to the margins, where someone had scratched tiny notes in a hurried, uneven hand. I traced the words, confused by their cryptic nature. References to landmarks I didn't recognize, names I couldn't place. The cabin's thin walls suddenly felt unbearably close, like they were closing in. I needed fresh air. I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside before the gray light could fade. The forest greeted me with an almost tangible chill, the kind that seeps through layers of clothing and settles in your bones. My breath came out in short, visible bursts. I started walking the path I'd taken yesterday, the one that led away from the cabin and into the thicker trees. The underbrush was slick and muddy, making each step a careful negotiation. I kept my eyes peeled for something familiar, anything that could anchor me here. but the forest seemed to have shifted overnight. Trees that had stood on the left were now on the right. A large boulder that I distinctly remembered next to a fork in the trail was nowhere to be found. I stopped and crouched down, pressing my palm against the wet earth. It felt cold and unyielding. I could hear my own breathing, quick and uneven, mingling with the distant call of a crow. I tried to orient myself, but the more I looked, the less sense it made. The forest wasn't just a backdrop, it was a puzzle. And I was the piece that didn't fit. I pulled out the small notebook I'd brought from the cabin, the one where I'd started jotting down observations. I flipped to the page where I'd sketched the path's layout. Comparing it to the scene before me, the discrepancies made my stomach twist. How could the terrain have rearranged itself? Trees don't move, rocks don't disappear overnight. The thought was ridiculous. I knew it, but the evidence was right there. I felt the first prickles of panic, sharp and unwelcome. I swallowed hard, trying to focus. Maybe I'd taken a wrong turn yesterday. Maybe I'd been disoriented and didn't realize it. But the problem was that I couldn't trust my own memory anymore. A rustle to my left made me jump. I spun around, heart hammering. A figure stood just beyond the trees, half hidden by shadows. Their face was obscured by a hood, but the way they watched me, silent, still sent a cold wave through me. I wanted to call out, to ask who they were, but my voice caught in my throat. They didn't move. After a long, tense moment, they turned and slipped deeper into the woods. My legs trembled, but I forced myself to follow, keeping a cautious distance. The undergrowth clawed at my pants, the branches scraping my skin. I kept thinking about that book, the strange notes, the footsteps last night. Was this person connected? Had they been the one to leave the book open? We wound through the trees, the light dimming as the canopy thickened overhead. The forest scent changed to less fresh pine, more decay, and something faintly metallic that made my stomach churn. The figure paused at a small clearing, then disappeared behind a cluster of bushes. I approached slowly, every sense on edge. The clearing was empty except for a single, weathered tree stump. Something gleamed on top of it, a small patch of metal caught the weak sunlight. I knelt and picked it up. It was a rusted key, heavy and cold in my hand. I turned it over, feeling its ridges, wondering what it could open. There was no lock in sight nearby. A sudden noise, a twig snapping, made me whip around. The figure was back, standing just at the edge of the clearing. This time, they spoke in a low voice, rough and hurried. "You shouldn't be here. It's not safe." I opened my mouth to respond, but the words tangled up inside me. Instead, I just stared. The hood fell back slightly, revealing a woman's face, pale and lined with exhaustion. Her eyes were sharp, wary, and I caught a flicker of something else, fear? Maybe regret. "Who are you?" I finally whispered. She hesitated, then said, "Someone who knows what this place does. What it takes." The wind stirred, carrying a faint, bitter scent. The forest seemed to lean in closer, watching. "I've been trapped here," she said, voice barely above a breath. "Like you." I swallowed hard. Hours lost, shifting trees, footsteps at night, none of it made sense. But suddenly, it wasn't just me. There was someone else, someone who'd been lost to this place for longer. She looked at me, eyes searching. "We need to figure out how it works. Together." For a moment, the forest held its breath. Then a distant bark echoed, sharp, urgent, breaking the fragile stillness. "Did you hear that?" I asked, voice trembling. She nodded. "They're watching. Always watching." The key felt heavier in my pocket. The forest wasn't just rearranging itself. It was a trap, and someone was behind it, waiting. I glanced down the shadowed path where she had come from, knowing that turning back was no longer an option. Where do we start? I asked. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. By remembering what you lost. The bark had barely faded before silence swallowed the woods again. The key in my pocket burned through the fabric of my shirt. I clenched my fist, trying to focus on something solid. You said we need to remember what I lost. Her gaze sharpened, and the forest seemed to lean closer, like it was eavesdropping, waiting for the answer. But I didn't know where to start. I rubbed my temples, the faint buzzing behind my eyes growing louder. A sharp breeze stirred, carrying a bitter scent that reminded me of burnt leaves mixed with something metallic like rusted iron. The smell made my stomach twist. I knew that scent. It wasn't natural here. It was human. Who's watching? I asked, voice barely steady. There's no one else out here, right? Just us and the woods. She shook her head slowly. No, not just us. Not just the forest. Someone else. Someone who's been here longer than I have. They don't want us to leave. The weight of that hit me like a punch. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my breath steady. Why? What do they want? She glanced around, eyes flickering with something I couldn't quite place. Fear? Resignation? Control. This place, it's not random. The forest isn't just shifting by chance. It's been manipulated. Someone's been rearranging it, trapping us. I blinked. Manipulated? How? By what? She hesitated, then pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her jacket pocket. It was old, stained with dirt and smudged ink. I took it, careful not to tear the fragile edges. The paper was a rough map, but the lines didn't match what I remembered from the cabin's surroundings. Paths curved and twisted in impossible ways. Certain landmarks, the big rock, the fallen tree, were marked differently or missing altogether. This, she said, is the key. Or at least part of it. Whoever's behind this has been redrawing the forest, shifting trails, moving landmarks. They're building a maze, and it changes every day. My fingers trembled as I traced the lines. It felt like the forest was breathing beneath the paper, alive and unpredictable. I swallowed again, the bitter taste of panic rising in my throat. But why? Why trap people here? I asked. What's the point? She looked away, voice dropping. Because they want to break us. To see how far we'll go before we give up. Before we lose ourselves completely. Her eyes met mine. I lost hours, days even. I don't remember everything, but I remember enough to know this isn't natural. It's psychological. They want to wear us down. A shiver ran down my spine. I tried to steady my breathing, but the forest seemed darker now, the shadows deepening with an almost sentient patience. I could almost hear the leaves whispering secrets I wasn't meant to hear. Have you tried to leave? I asked, voice low. She nodded. More times than I can count. Every time, the path changes. Trees move. Trails vanish. I circle back to the same spot, like the forest won't let me go. I look down the path where I'd come from earlier, the one I thought was my exit. Now it felt like a trap, a loop with no end. The realization hit me hard. Turning back wasn't an option. Not anymore. The key felt heavier still. I slid it out and held it up, the dull metal catching the moonlight filtering through the canopy. This key, does it open something here? She shook her head. No, not a door or a lock. It's a marker. A way to remind ourselves where we started, so we don't lose track completely. But if the forest keeps changing, what's to stop us from getting lost anyway? I whispered. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Nothing. That's the point. A sudden rustle broke the moment, sharp and close. We both froze. The forest held its breath again. A figure emerged from the shadows, a man, thin and pale, eyes darting nervously. He wore clothes like mine, rugged, worn, but his face was hollow, haunted. You shouldn't be here, he said, voice shaking. They don't like visitors. Who? I asked, stepping back, heart hammering. The ones who rearrange, he said, glancing over his shoulder. They watch every move. They've been here longer than any of us. They're patient. And they don't like surprises. The woman's expression hardened. We need to move. Now! She grabbed my arm, pulling me toward a narrow trail I hadn't noticed before, one that twisted sharply into thicker woods. I stumbled after her, breath ragged, ears straining for any sound behind us. The man's warning echoed in my mind, a cold knot tightening in my gut. We didn't stop until the trail opened into a small clearing bathed in faint moonlight. I sank onto a mossy log, chest heaving, sweat prickling my skin despite the chill. What now? I asked, voice barely audible. She looked around, eyes flicking between the trees as if expecting them to blink or shift again. Now we figure out the rules. How the forest changes, and how to stay one step ahead. I glanced at the map again, the lines now seeming less like a guide and more like a cruel joke. The forest wasn't just a place. It was a labyrinth designed to trap us, strip us of time, memory, and hope. And the worst part? I was already inside it. A sharp breeze stirred the leaves overhead, carrying that bitter scent once more. The man's warning lingered in the air, heavy and impossible to ignore. They're coming, she whispered. I looked up, heart pounding, and for the first time, I understood. This was no longer about finding a way out. It was about surviving long enough to figure out who or what was behind it all. And whether I could trust the people trapped here with me. Because the forest wasn't just a maze. It was a cage. And the key I held wasn't to freedom. It was to the nightmare I'd already walked into, one step too far to turn back. The air had dropped nearly 10 degrees since the man's warning, and the forest seemed to lean in closer, its breath cold against my skin. They're coming, she'd said. The words echoed in my mind, persistent, like a pulse. Not ghosts. Not some twisted dream. People who wanted to keep us here. Or worse. The idea settled inside me, heavy and slow, like a stone sinking in a black lake. I swallowed hard. Who are they? I whispered to the empty air, but only the forest answered. Silence. Complete silence. The map in my hands felt useless, a crumpled joke. The lines, once promising, now mocked me. Paths that curved and twisted back on themselves. Landmarks that disappeared or appeared where they shouldn't. This place wasn't just a maze, it was a trap. And time was its cruelest trick. I glanced at my watch. The hands spun erratically, seconds stretching into minutes or vanishing altogether. Hours lost, swallowed whole. I'd been standing on the same patch of dirt for what felt like forever, trying to remember exactly when the last shift had happened. Had the old oak been there before? Or the moss-covered stump just past it? The forest rearranged itself in subtle ways, an extra rock here, a hollow there, but enough to make me doubt my own eyes. The woman beside me, her eyes wide and unblinking, touched my arm lightly. "We don't have long." Her voice was low, urgent, but steady. She was the only one who'd spoken since that terrible moment when the man vanished into the shadows, leaving us with his warning. I wanted to ask more, but the words stuck in my throat. "Why are they doing this?" I finally managed. My voice cracked, the weight of exhaustion catching up. "What do they want?" She shook her head. "Control. Fear. Maybe just power. It doesn't matter. We're bait. And every time the forest shifts, it's their hand moving the pieces." I looked at her, searching for a clue, a hint of trust. She didn't flinch. Didn't look away. "How do you know?" I pressed. "Because I've been here longer than you. Because I've seen the others disappear." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Because I heard them in the night, the footsteps, the voices waiting just beyond the trees." A sudden snap to my right made me jump. My heart slammed against my ribs. I spun toward the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones, eyes wide in the dark. Nothing but shadows. Only the distant crack of a branch, like a warning. "We need to move," she said, urgency sharpening her tone. "Before they find us." I nodded, swallowing the lump rising in my throat. The forest seemed to close in tighter, the space between the trees shrinking like a vice. Every breath tasted like damp earth and cold fear. My hands trembled as I folded the useless map and shoved it into my jacket pocket. We stepped forward, the ground soft beneath our boots, leaves crunching faintly. The trees here were taller, their trunks thick with moss and lichen. I tried to focus, to memorize the shapes, but that scent iron and burnt wood clung to the air, making my stomach turn. "Which way?" I asked. She pointed left, toward a narrow path flanked by ferns and low-hanging branches. It wasn't on the map, but then again, nothing was anymore. The forest swallowed us whole. We moved quietly, every sound amplified, the snap of twigs beneath our feet, the distant hoot of an owl, the whisper of wind threading through the branches. I kept glancing back, expecting to see someone, anyone, tracking us. But only darkness. "Have you seen them?" I asked, voice barely above a breath. "The ones who do this." Her eyes flicked to mine. "Ones. A man, I think. Or what was left of one. He was. Watching. Waiting. Not just for us, but for the forest to do its work." She swallowed hard. I don't know what happened to him after. The thought made my skin crawl. Watching. Waiting. Like predators. A sudden rustle to our left made me freeze. Leaves shifted in a slow cascade, as if someone or something was moving carefully through the underbrush. I held my breath, muscles tight. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. She nodded, eyes scanning the darkness. "Stay close." We pressed on, the path narrowing between thick trunks, the scent growing stronger. That bitter, metallic tang filled my nostrils, sharper with every step. It reminded me of iron tools left out to rust, or maybe blood. I tried not to think about it. Then the ground beneath me shifted, a subtle but unmistakable change in texture. My foot landed on something soft, almost sponge-like. I bent down on instinct. A patch of earth, freshly disturbed. Loose dirt, broken twigs, something pressed into the soil. "What is it?" I asked. She crouched beside me, fingers tracing the marks. "They're marking territory. Or leaving a message." A chill ran down my spine. The idea that someone was out here, watching, shaping the forest, turning it into their own twisted playground, it was enough to make me want to scream. Suddenly, the path forked. I stopped, heart thudding. Both directions looked identical: dense trees, shadows pooling at the base of the trunks, the faint shimmer of moonlight filtering through the canopy. "We have to choose," she said, voice tight. I swallowed, trying to steady my breath. My mind raced. One path led deeper into the unknown, the other, well, probably just as dangerous. "Which one?" I asked, voice cracking. She hesitated, then pointed right. "That way." I nodded, stepping forward, but then stopped. "Wait. Did you hear that?" A low murmur floated through the trees, a sound that didn't belong to the forest. Whispered words, too quiet to catch, but unmistakably human. "Hide," she hissed. We scrambled behind a fallen log, pressed close to the earth. The underbrush bit at my hands and knees, cold and damp. My breath came hard, shallow. The voices grew louder. Men, I thought. Definitely men. My mind raced. Who were they? What did they want? And why here? Why us? A shadow moved past the edge of our hiding spot, a figure, tall, broad-shouldered, moving with deliberate silence. I caught the faint glint of a flashlight beam, sweeping slowly through the trees. I squeezed my eyes shut, heart hammering. The beam passed mere feet from where we crouched, the man's heavy boots crunching softly on leaves. Then he stopped. Waited. I wanted to scream. To bolt. But I stayed frozen, every muscle taut. After what felt like an eternity, the beam swam away. The footsteps receded. I exhaled slowly, trying to steady my shaking hands. "We can't stay here," she whispered. "They know we're close. They'll search until they find us." I nodded. "Then we keep moving. But we need a plan." She looked at me, eyes fierce. "No more wondering." I woke to the cold slap of dawn against the cabin window, the kind of light that felt too sharp for the sleepy forest outside. It was the kind of morning that makes you pull the blanket tighter over your head, hoping for a few more minutes, but I didn't. I couldn't. Not anymore. After the way things had twisted and turned these last days, the sun was the only thing that made sense. At least it was still where it was supposed to be. Last night, I'd spent hours staring at the wall, trying to piece together what happened during those lost hours. The ones that kept slipping away like water through my fingers. I'd found the makeshift markers I'd scratched on the trees, twice crossed lines, a crooked item, but none of it helped. The forest was shifting, rearranging itself, and I couldn't tell if it was my mind breaking or the land playing some cruel trick. I dressed quickly, the fabric of my shirt rough against my skin as I stepped outside. The air was thick with pine and damp earth, the scent so familiar it was almost comforting. But the layout of the clearing had changed again. The big birch tree where I left the old blue tarp was gone. In its place, a cluster of thick oaks I didn't recognize, their bark mottled and dark. I rubbed my eyes. No, the sun wasn't playing tricks. The trees had moved. I swallowed hard, tasting the bitter tang of anxiety rising in my throat. I told myself to breathe, slow down. "Okay," I muttered, "this is just a maze now." I'd been trying to map the paths in my head, but every turn I took led me deeper into confusion. It was like someone had taken the forest and shaken it like a snow globe, then dumped it back down with no regard for the original order. I remembered the faint sound from the night before, the low murmur, almost like voices, carried by the wind. I thought it was my imagination, or maybe raccoons. But this morning, the silence was heavier, almost oppressive. No birdsong, no rustle of small animals. Just the distant snap of twigs, steady and deliberate. I hesitated, then moved toward the sound, each step crunching on brittle leaves. The forest floor was uneven, roots twisting like veins beneath my boots. I tried to follow the noise, but it shifted, always just beyond reach. A whisper on the breeze, too faint to catch words. Then I saw it, a figure, hunched against the side of a tree, half hidden in shadow. My chest tightened. I froze. The figure didn't move, but I could feel its gaze, burning and cold. I swallowed again, voice dry and rough. "Hello?" No reply. I edged closer, hands trembling. The figure was a man, his clothes ragged, eyes darting nervously. He looked as trapped as I felt. "Are you lost?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He nodded quickly, but there was something off. The way he flinched at my approach, the quick glances behind him like he expected someone or something to be right there. "I've been here for days," he said finally, voice cracked but steady. "Same as you, I guess." I blinked. "You never tried to find a way out." He laughed, short and bitter. "Tried. Every path loops back. Like the forest doesn't want us to leave." The words hit me like a cold wave. I wasn't alone. And this wasn't just my unraveling mind. "Why haven't you called for help?" I asked. "Used your phone?" He shook his head. "No signal. And sometimes I'm not even sure where I am anymore. I don't think the forest's natural." I swallowed hard, the knot in my stomach tightening. "Me neither." We spent a long moment just standing there, strangers bound by the same invisible trap. Then he pointed vaguely. "That way. I think there's a road, or at least a clearing." We started walking together, step by slow step, through the tangled underbrush. The silence between us was thick but not uncomfortable. I felt safer with someone else, even if I barely knew him. As we moved, the forest shifted again. A path that had been clear moments ago was now choked with brambles. I stumbled, catching myself on a tree that hadn't been there before. He helped me up, eyes sharp despite the exhaustion. "Look," he said, voice low, "we need a plan. If this place is messing with us, we can't just wander." I nodded, grateful for the clarity. "We mark everything. Every turn. Every tree. Make a map." He smiled faintly. "Like I said, I've tried. No matter what, it changes. But maybe together." We found a fallen branch and started carving marks into the bark of trees, a crude breadcrumb trail. I wondered if it would matter. If the forest would just rewrite itself overnight and erase our work. Hours passed. The sun climbed, then began its slow descent. The man, he introduced himself as Caleb, shared bits of his story. A writer, looking for solitude, like me. Now stranded in this endless green labyrinth. I told him about the missing hours, the sudden blackouts, the creeping doubt that maybe I was losing my mind. He listened without judgment, his eyes tired but steady. Eventually, we found a clearing with an old, rusted gate half hidden by vines. Beyond it, a faint path led uphill. Hope flickered in my chest, fragile but real. "We should try," I said. Caleb nodded, and we moved carefully toward the gate. The air was cooler here, the scent of moss and stone. The gate creaked open reluctantly, revealing a narrow trail. As we climbed, the forest behind us felt less menacing, more distant. The path wound upward, and with every step, the oppressive weight in my chest eased. Near the top, the trees thinned, and I saw it, a ribbon of gray asphalt cutting through the trees. A real road. A way out. I stumbled forward, breath ragged but exhilarated. Caleb was beside me, eyes wide with disbelief. We didn't speak as we reached the road, just stood there, letting the wind carry away the last of the forest's grip. Finally, I said, "We're free." Caleb laughed softly, a sound I hadn't heard in days. "Yeah. Free." We walked down the road together, toward whatever rescue awaited, toward the world that made sense. Later, as I sat in the back of a truck heading toward town, I watched the trees recede into the distance. The forest was still there, unchanged, eternal, but its maze had lost its hold on me. Maybe it was never about the trees moving or the hours slipping away. Maybe it was about the loneliness, the fear, the way the mind fights to hold on to reality when everything wants to pull it under. I'd come here to escape. Instead, I'd found myself. And that was the real story. The forest hadn't broken me. Story 4, Silent Stalker in the Woods, Unseen Presence at Campsite. The air was sharp, cool enough to pinch the skin through the thin cotton of my shirt. I set my pack down near a cluster of birches, smooth white bark peeling in thin strips. It was late afternoon, the sun hanging low enough to scatter golden rays through the canopy but not so low as to feel like evening. I'd chosen this spot carefully, away from the main trail that hikers used, far enough to convince myself I'd have the place to myself. The forest was known for its untouched serenity, a place where time seemed to stretch and snap like old twine. No cell service, no distractions. Just me. I told myself this trip was about quiet, about getting away from the noise of the city, the endless buzz of emails, traffic, and the kind of loneliness that comes from being surrounded by people but still feeling invisible. I wanted to find something simpler out here, something real. But now, standing alone with the forest pressing in on all sides, I felt a strange kind of vulnerability settle over me, one I hadn't expected. My fingers trembled slightly as I unpacked my small tent, the nylon fabric whispering against itself. The ground beneath was soft, covered in a thick layer of pine needles and decaying leaves. I noticed how the smell shifted, a faint metallic tang in the air, cold and heavy with silence that I couldn't place. Maybe it was from the last rain, or some distant stream. I paused, listening. The forest was alive with sound, leaves rustling, a bird calling somewhere high above, a woodpecker tapping rhythmically in the distance. But beneath it all was something else, a quieter rhythm, my breath, slow and steady, my footsteps pressing softly into the earth. I tried to shake off the feeling that something else was there too, something just beyond sight. I laughed quietly to myself. "You're being ridiculous," I said, my voice cracking a little. "There's no one else out here." Yet, as I zipped the tent closed and settled inside, a faint noise caught my attention, a soft, deliberate snap of a twig somewhere just beyond the clearing. I froze, every muscle tightening. The sound repeated, slower this time. It wasn't wind. It was deliberate. I told myself again it was probably a deer or some other animal. The forest was full of them. But the timing was off, almost as if someone were watching, waiting. Lying back in my sleeping bag, the rough texture of the fabric against my cheek, I stared at the narrow opening of the tent. Shadows shifted outside in the fading light, branches swaying like ghostly fingers. The air felt thicker, harder to breathe. I tried to slow my thoughts, to focus on the steady rhythm of my heartbeat. Then, I heard it, a faint but unmistakable sound of footsteps, soft and cautious, mirroring my own movements at that very moment. I sat up so fast I nearly knocked my head on the tent pole. My eyes darted around, searching for any sign of another person, but there was nothing. Only the forest, silent and indifferent. I shook my head, trying to dispel the creeping unease. "No one's out there," I whispered, though the certainty in my voice was gone. I thought about packing up and leaving, but the trail back was a mile away, and night was coming fast. Besides, I'd driven this far to be alone. To test myself. To find peace. The air grew colder, and the forest grew darker. I could still hear the footsteps, faint now, but unmistakably close. Not just nearby, but matching me step for step, breath for breath. It was like the forest had a second soul, one shadowing mine. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe the forest was playing tricks on me, or my mind was weaving fear out of nothing. Yet the feeling wouldn't leave. Something was out there. Watching. Knowing. I reached for my flashlight, the weight of it heavy in my hand, and shone the beam outside the tent flap. The light cut through the darkness in a cone, illuminating tangled branches, thick underbrush, and nothing else. No eyes, no figure, just the eerie stillness of the forest holding its breath. I forced myself to breathe, slow and steady, even though my hands trembled. The silence outside was complete. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was no longer the only one here. The oppressive quiet pressed in on me, thick and suffocating. I scanned the shadows once more, each tree trunk now a potential hiding place for something unseen. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I'd heard: footsteps, whispers, or just the wind playing tricks. The forest had a way of twisting perception, turning familiar sounds into threats. A sudden snap of a twig to my right jolted me, and I swung the flashlight toward the noise. The beam landed on a small animal, probably a rabbit, frozen in the moonlight, its eyes reflecting back like tiny orbs. Relief washed over me, though the knot in my stomach tightened. I wasn't alone, but maybe that didn't mean danger. Still, I couldn't stay put. Something urged me to move, to find the source of the unease gnawing at my nerves. Slipping quietly out of the tent, I crouched low and edged toward the tree line, careful not to disturb the brittle leaves underfoot. The beam flickered slightly, batteries dying. No, I realized, it was the cold biting at the metal casing, making the flashlight stutter. I reached instinctively for the small item strapped to my belt, its familiar weight a small comfort. Every rustle of leaves echoed too loudly. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end as I pushed deeper into the thicket, where the darkness grew denser and the air colder. Suddenly, a faint glow caught my eye, a flicker of firelight beyond a cluster of oaks. Heart pounding, I whispered into the night, "Hello?" No answer. I moved closer, stepping over roots and stones, until the smell hit me. Smoke, wood smoke, mingled with something else, something metallic, sharp. The glow revealed a small clearing where a campfire smoldered, its embers glowing weakly like dying stars. Around it lay scattered items, an old backpack, a torn coat, and tracks in the mud that led away into the shadows. I knelt by the fire, searching for clues. The footprints were fresh, too fresh to be my own. Whoever had been here wasn't gone for long. A chill ran down my spine, not from the cold, but from the certainty that I was being watched, hunted perhaps. I stood slowly, flashlight beam steady, item ready. The forest was alive with unseen eyes, and I had crossed a threshold. There was no turning back now. The fire had died down to a faint glow and I finally forced my legs to move again. I unfolded the map carefully, trying to make sense of the faded lines and scribbles. It wasn't mine. The routes marked were unfamiliar, winding deeper into parts of the forest I hadn't planned to explore. I traced one path with my finger, twisting like a snake through thick growths and steep hills, ending at a place labeled only as the Hollow. I didn't know what to make of it, but the name alone sent a cold ripple through my skin. Somewhere behind me, a branch snapped. I spun around, flashlight stabbing into the darkness. Nothing. Just the dense blackness and the sharp scent of pine needles crushed underfoot. The silence felt heavier this time. Not just quiet, but watchful. Like something waiting. I swallowed and stood, pulling my jacket tighter. The night was colder than I remembered. My breath puffed out in short, uneven bursts. I tried to steady it, matching the rhythm of my heartbeat, but the sounds around me seemed to mimic every inhale and exhale. I stopped walking, held still, listened. A twig cracked again, this time closer. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that whoever had been here before was still nearby, tracking me, mirroring my every move. I wanted to call out, not with a shout, but a cautious, "Who's there?" But my throat dried up. I thought better of it. Silence might be my only ally. I backtracked toward the main trail, trying to think. What was I dealing with? A hunter? A camper? Someone who knew this forest better than I did. I replayed the evidence, the fire, the coat, the footprints leading away. It was deliberate. Someone had left a breadcrumb trail, maybe even wanted me to find it. I remembered the map again, the strange marking for the hollow. Maybe it was a clue. Or a trap. I debated pressing on, but the rational side of me wanted answers. I had to know what I'd stumbled into. Before moving, I gathered the scattered items into a loose bundle. The coat was too damp to wear, but I wrapped it around the backpack. The smell clung to my hands. I wiped them off on my jeans, then forced myself to look around one last time. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, branches creaking in the wind. Somewhere far off, a dog barked a sharp, lonely sound that echoed and died quickly. I thought about shouting back but settled for a low whistle instead, hoping anyone might respond. Nothing. I started walking again, this time following the footprints. They led off the main trail, into the shadowy depths where the moon barely filtered through. The ground was soft and squelched beneath my boots, mud sucking at each step. The air smelled richer here, the scent of decaying leaves mixed with cold earth and something faintly metallic. Blood? I shook the thought away, absurd but persistent. The forest closed in tighter, branches scratching the sides of my jacket, leaves brushing my face. My flashlight flickered, and I stopped, holding my breath while the bulb steadied. In that brief pause, I noticed something else, a pattern. The footsteps weren't random. They circled, doubled back, even overlapped. Whoever had been here wasn't just passing through. They were watching, testing, playing. A rustle to my left made me whip my head around. My light caught a flash of movement, a glimpse of fabric, maybe, or a shadow shifting behind a tree. I froze. The beam swept over the spot again. Nothing. Just a hollow, black space. I whispered, "I know you're there." My voice cracked, more a breath than a demand. "Show yourself." Silence. Complete silence. The weight of it pressed on me like a physical thing, thick and suffocating. I realized then that this wasn't just a stranger in the woods. This was someone who'd been stalking me, matching my pace, breathing when I did. Someone who knew this forest like the back of their hand and wasn't about to reveal themselves easily. I kept moving, slower now, more deliberate. My senses sharpened, every sound, every scent became a signal. The forest wasn't just a place to get lost. It was a maze designed for one purpose, to trap. After what felt like hours, though it was probably less, I reached a small rise. The trees thinned, revealing a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center was a shallow pit, no larger than a grave, lined with stones and covered in loose dirt. The air was still here, the silence broken only by the soft rustling of leaves. I knelt by the pit, shining my flashlight inside. There was nothing there but dirt and a few scattered pine needles. Yet the feeling of being watched intensified. I couldn't explain it, but the pit seemed like a message, a marker left by the person trailing me. A reminder that they were close and that I was trespassing. Suddenly, a snapping twig behind me. Too close. I whirled around, heart hammering in my chest. A figure stepped into the clearing's edge, barely visible in the half-light. Tall, lean, movements fluid and cautious. The face was obscured by shadows, but the eyes caught the light, sharp, calculating. I was wondering when you'd follow. The voice was low, almost amused. Not many do. I swallowed hard, the urge to run clashing with the need to understand. Why are you doing this? I asked, voice barely steady. The figure tilted their head, as if considering the question. Because this forest belongs to me. And you shouldn't be here. Cold wrapped around my spine, but I forced myself to meet those eyes. I'm not here to hurt anyone, I said. Just to find some peace. The figure laughed softly, a sound that didn't reach their eyes. Peace? You don't come here for peace. You come here for something else. And that makes all the difference. I stepped back, heart pounding harder, the night suddenly darker around me. The game had begun, and I wasn't sure I knew the rules. The shadows seemed to press in tighter, as if the forest itself leaned closer to listen. The figure's eyes glinted, cutting through the gloom like dull item, and I realized that standing still was the worst thing I could do. My breath caught in my throat, shallow and sharp. The cold wasn't just from the night air anymore, it was something deeper, something that seeped past my skin and settled in my bones. Because this forest belongs to me, the voice had said. The words looped around in my mind like a twisted lullaby. Belongs. Not owns. Belongs. That choice of words sent a shiver crawling down my spine. It wasn't just land or trees this person claimed, it was territory, dominion, a kingdom where I was the trespasser. I swallowed, the dryness in my mouth thick enough to taste. What do you want from me? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. Want? The figure's lips curled into a ghost of a smile. I don't want anything. Not from you. The words were casual, but the stare drilled into me with unnerving intensity. I just want you to understand. Understand what? I wanted to ask, but the words stuck behind my teeth. Instead, I took a cautious step back, eyes darting to the narrow path behind me, the only way I'd come in or out. The moonlight barely touched its rugged surface, swallowed by thick brush and twisted roots. I had no idea if it was still passable or if the figure had blocked it somehow. You think you can just wander in here and disappear, the voice continued, softer now, almost a whisper. But you're wrong. This forest doesn't let go once it's got you in its grip. I wanted to laugh, bitter and hollow, but the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones caught in my throat. Grip. That was exactly how it felt. Like invisible hands tightening around my chest. My skin prickled with every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig. Why me? I finally blurted. Why follow me? What do you want with me? The figure shifted, stepping fully into the dim light now. I could see the faint lines of a face, weathered and sharp. Their eyes never wavered, steady as the cold wind that stirred the branches overhead. Because you're not like the others, they said. You didn't come here to conquer or destroy. You came looking for something real. Something this world almost forgot. I blinked, confusion twisting inside me. I don't understand. You will. The figure crouched slightly, like a wild animal poised to move. But there's no turning back now. You've crossed a line. The words hit harder than any blow. I looked back down the path. The forest behind me seemed to twist and close tighter, the way shadows lengthen and blot out the way home. I realized I hadn't considered how far I'd come or how far I'd have to go to get out. I didn't mean to cross anything, I said, voice cracking. I just wanted a night alone. They stood, the motion fluid and deliberate. Alone? No one's ever truly alone here. Not once you start hearing the forest breathe. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of damp earth, pine resin, and something faintly metallic that made my stomach churn. It wasn't fresh blood, I told myself, just the sharp tang of rusted nails where old machinery left to rot in the undergrowth. But even that thought was unsettling. I swallowed again, the lump in my throat growing. So what happens now? The figure took a step toward me, slow and certain. Now, you're part of it. Just like I am. And like the ones who came before you. A chill swept through me, not the cold outside, but the creeping realization that this was no random encounter. No mere trespass. It was an initiation. A trap disguised as a welcome. I wanted to back away, but the ground beneath me was uneven, tangled with roots and moss that threatened to trip me up. My heart hammered loud enough to drown out the sounds of the night, but beneath it I caught something else, a rhythm, a cadence that matched my own breathing, but shifted, echoed. I turned sharply, catching movement behind a cluster of ferns. The figure was already circling me, slow and deliberate, watching every twitch and flinch. The forest seemed to lean in, the branches whispering secrets just out of reach. Why follow me so closely? I demanded, trying to sound braver than I felt. If you wanted me gone, you could have just left me here. They stopped, only a few feet away now. Because I know what happens when you try to leave. The forest doesn't forget. It doesn't forgive. Their voice dropped to a low murmur. It waits. I swallowed the lump in my throat, eyes wide and searching. Waits for what? For you to slip. To falter. To lose your way. Because once you're lost, the forest becomes your prison. A sudden rustle to my right made me whip my head around. Nothing but shadows and leaves stirred by the breeze. Or was it the breeze? My pulse quickened, muscles taut. No way to tell if it was real or just my mind unraveling under pressure. The figure's smile was thin, almost sad. You think you can outsmart it. But you can't. Trust me, I was there. Not here. I looked down at my hands, trembling now, the rough bark of a nearby tree biting into my palm. Every instinct screamed to run, to disappear into the darkness and hope for the best. But the path behind me was swallowed by undergrowth, and the forest around us seemed to close tighter, as if I'd stepped inside a living maze. We can end this, I said, voice barely above a whisper. If you let me go. No, the word was sharp, final. You've crossed the point of no return. A knot tightened in my stomach. The realization hit me hard. I wasn't just a visitor anymore. I was trapped. The forest had claimed me, and the figure, whomever they were, was its keeper. I took a shaky breath, trying to steady the whirlwind inside my head. What do you want me to do? Follow. Their gaze flicked toward the darkness just beyond the clearing. There's something you need to see. Something that will change everything. I hesitated, the cold seeping deeper, the weight of the night pressing down. But I knew with a sick certainty that turning back wasn't an option anymore. Not now. Not after tonight. I nodded, voice caught somewhere between fear and resolve. All right. Show me. They moved first, stepping into the shadows with the confidence of someone who belonged to this place, who knew every hidden root and secret hollow. The forest swallowed them whole, a dark silhouette against the faint light of the moon. And I followed. The air grew colder, the dense canopy blocking out what little moonlight there was. The smell of damp earth deepened, layered now with something sour, a faint metallic tang that set my teeth on edge. My footsteps were muffled by moss, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones swallowed by the thick silence that pressed down. After a few minutes, the figure stopped. I glanced around, straining to see through the darkness. Then I noticed it, a narrow trench cut into the ground, half hidden beneath leaves and debris. The edges were jagged, the soil freshly disturbed. "What is this?" I whispered. They looked at me, eyes reflecting a strange mix of weariness and something else, pride, sadness, a reminder, a boundary, a promise. I swallowed hard. The forest wasn't just a place to get lost in. It was a trap designed by someone who knew every inch of it, every secret path and hidden danger. And now, I was caught inside it, with no clear way out. I could feel it then, the weight of choice pressing down. Keep walking deeper into the unknown or try to find a way back before it swallowed me whole. But as the wind whispered through the trees, carrying the faintest hint of something, laughter? Or was it a warning? I realized the point of no return wasn't just a line on the forest floor. It was the moment I stopped running from the fear and let it chase me instead. The forest swallowed us whole. The moon, already faint behind the thick canopy, struggled against the dense tangle of leaves, casting mild shadows that danced with every slight movement. My boots sunk into damp moss, the cold creeping through the thin soles. I kept my eyes fixed on the figure ahead, the faint crunch of their steps ahead of me, the only sound breaking the oppressive silence. I wanted to tell myself I wasn't afraid. But my hands trembled, the chill not just from the night air but something deeper, something rooted in the pit of my stomach. The figure's presence was a weight pressing on my skin, like a second shadow breathing down my neck. I wanted to turn back, to run, but the words, "There's something you need to see," hung in the air, tethering me to the path. The underbrush scratched at my legs, small twigs snapping underfoot. Every so often, a distant bird call echoed, but even those felt hollow, like cries from some other world. The forest smelled like damp earth, pine needles crushed underfoot, and something else, smoke. No, not smoke. Something fouler, a sharp tang that made me wrinkle my nose. "Why are you doing this?" I finally whispered, barely audible. The figure stopped, turning just enough so I could see the edge of their face, sharp and unreadable in the dark. "Why show me?" They didn't answer right away. Instead, they pointed ahead, past a curtain of hanging moss that swayed gently in the breeze. "Keep moving." I swallowed hard, every nerve screaming to resist, but I stepped forward. The air grew colder still, the shadows deeper, pressing closer like a living thing. I could hear my own breathing loud, ragged in my ears, and then, beneath it, a second breath. Not mine. I froze. My heart hammered. I spun around, nothing. Just trees, silent and dark. But the breath didn't stop. It matched mine. Every inhale, every exhale, just a fraction behind. I swallowed again. "Who's there?" My voice cracked, and I hated myself for it. No reply. Only the echo of my own words fading into the night. The figure ahead didn't wait. They slipped through the moss, and I followed, trying to ignore the cold sweat spreading down my back. The path narrowed, the branches clawing at my jacket sleeves, the ground uneven, roots twisting like serpents beneath my feet. Then I saw it. A clearing. But not like the one where we'd met. This one was smaller, enclosed by towering pines that leaned inward like giant sentinels. In the center was a shallow pit, half covered by branches and leaves, almost invisible if you didn't know where to look. "Look." The figure's voice was low, almost a whisper. I stepped closer, my breath catching. Inside the pit, faint traces of footprints, too large for mine, too deliberate. They circled the edge, as if someone had been pacing, waiting. The soil was fresh, the scent of disturbed earth sharp in my nostrils. "Someone's been here," I said, voice barely steady. The figure nodded. They watch. Learn. Wait. My skin prickled. Who? They didn't answer. Instead, they reached into their jacket and pulled out a small, battered notebook, flipping it open. The pages were filled with cramped handwriting, maps, and notes, coordinates, times, descriptions. My name was written there, over and over, alongside other names, dates, and cryptic comments. I'm not the first, the figure said quietly. You won't be the last. A cold wave of realization crashed over me. This wasn't just a game or a prank. It was calculated, methodical. Someone had been tracking me, following me, learning the patterns I thought I'd hidden. Why? What do they want? My voice shook, a tremor I couldn't control. The figure looked up, eyes dark and unreadable. Control. Power. Fear. Then, with a bitter laugh, or maybe just the thrill of knowing someone else is out there, helpless. A sudden rustling caught my attention. I turned sharply, eyes scanning the shadows. Movement just beyond the tree line. A flicker. A sound. A breath matching mine again. The unseen watcher was close. Too close. Stay with me, the figure said. Don't let them get inside your head. I nodded, though doubt gnawed at me. How long before the silence cracked? Before the unseen became visible? The air grew heavier. The forest closed in tighter. I felt trapped in a cage woven from shadows and whispered threats. Tell me something, I said, trying to steady my voice. How do you know all this? They hesitated. I've been here longer than you think. Watching. Waiting. Like them. But I don't want this to be your fate. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Then what now? The figure closed the notebook and tucked it away. We move. Fast. They won't wait. I glanced back toward the dark tree line. The watcher was no longer hidden by the trees. A shape, tall, deliberate, stepped into a sliver of moonlight. The eyes caught mine, cold and unblinking. The hunt had begun. I took a shaky breath and followed the figure into the darkness, knowing every step might be the last I ever took. We moved fast, but not recklessly. There was no room for mistakes. I don't know how long we've been walking. Minutes? An hour? Time blurred beneath the weight of fear and exhaustion. The forest seemed to swallow sound, but I caught fragments, twigs snapping a little too deliberately, the rustle of leaves that didn't match the wind's lazy drift. My lungs burned with each breath, but I forced myself not to look back. Where are we going? I asked, voice hoarse. Somewhere safe. For now. The figure paused beside a large, moss-covered boulder, pressing a finger to their lips before crouching low. We can't outrun them. Not in the open. I lowered myself beside them, heart hammering in my ears. The air tasted damp and cold, like the forest had swallowed the warmth of day whole. Somewhere close, a bird shrieked sharp and sudden, a harsh note cutting through the silence. Who are they? I whispered. Why me? The figure hesitated. This forest, it's a playground for people like them. Hunters, but not the kind you'd expect. They know the land better than anyone. You're not the first to get caught in their sights. I wanted to press for more, but the crunch of leaves behind us stopped the conversation. My breath hitched. The figure's flashlight flickered and went dark. Stay quiet, they said, voice low and urgent. We froze like statues, breathing shallow, listening. The footsteps came closer, deliberate and slow. Not a chase, but a stalking. I swallowed hard, feeling the cold slide down my spine. Then a voice, barely audible but chilling, "You can't hide." The figure's hand found mine, gripping with a quiet strength. "We're leaving. Now." Moving without sound was impossible, but somehow we managed. They led me to a narrow ravine, hidden beneath a canopy of low branches and tangled roots. We slipped inside, crouching behind a fallen tree, bodies pressed close to the earth. The watcher's footsteps circled us, slow and methodical, then faded away like a shadow retreating into the night. I wanted to believe it was over, but the silence felt heavier than ever. The air tasted metallic, thick with tension. "Why didn't they just come for you?" I asked, voice barely a breath. The figure exhaled slowly. "Because I'm not their target. I'm a warning. A warning." The words echoed in my mind, cold and hollow. What kind of warning? And how long had they been watching me before tonight? We stayed hidden until the first hint of dawn brushed the sky with pale blue. The forest shifted around us, birds tentatively called, leaves shimmered with dew. I felt like I was waking from a nightmare, but the ache in my muscles and the rawness in my throat told me otherwise. "Come on," the figure said softly, pulling me up. "We have to get out of here." I nodded, though my legs trembled beneath me. The forest, once serene and untouched, now felt like a cage. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret, every rustle a threat. We moved slowly back toward the trailhead, avoiding the main paths. The figure's quiet presence was a tether, pulling me through the overwhelming dread. I wanted to ask their name, their story, but words felt pointless. When we finally broke through the tree line, the first rays of sunlight hit my face, warm and blinding. Relief flooded me, but so did a strange emptiness. The forest behind us looked calm, almost innocent, like it hadn't been the stage for hours of silent terror. At the edge of the clearing, the figure stopped. "This is as far as I go." I looked at them, hesitation tangled with gratitude. "Will I see you again?" They shook their head. "No. This place, it changes people. You'll be different now." I didn't argue. There was something final in their tone, like a closing chapter. As they disappeared back into the trees, I stood alone, really alone, for the first time since this all began. The forest was quiet, but the echoes lingered, threading through my thoughts like a subtle, persistent ache. Back at my car, I stared at the keys in my hand, the distant city lights promising safety and normalcy. But I knew I couldn't go back to the way things were. Something had shifted inside me, a sharpening of senses, a wariness that wouldn't fade with daylight. Driving away, the forest receded into the rearview mirror, dark and impenetrable. I wanted to believe the watcher was gone, the threat ended. But deep down, I knew better. The forest held its secrets close, and I was now part of its story, marked, changed, haunted. That night, in my apartment, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the building, every whisper of wind against the window, felt like a reminder. The presence I'd sensed wasn't just a figment of my imagination. It was real. It was patient. And it was waiting. I kept the notebook the figure had given me, its pages filled with notes and sketches of the forest's hidden dangers, the paths, the sounds, the signs of the watcher's presence. I read it over and over, trying to make sense of it all, but the answers were elusive, fragmented. Maybe I'd never fully understand what happened out there. Maybe some things were meant to remain buried beneath the trees. But I knew one thing for certain, I would never be the same. The forest had pulled me into its depths, stripped away my illusion of control, and left me with a new kind of fear, one that lingered long after the shadows faded. And now, whenever I close my eyes, I hear it, the soft, deliberate steps behind me, matching my pace, breathing in time with mine. I'm not alone. Not really. Not ever again. Story 5, Vanishing Threads, Silent Workplace Sabotage. I never thought a missing email could make the fluorescent lights in the office feel so cold. I'd started noticing it the day before. A crucial message from a client, something about a project deadline, was nowhere to be found in my inbox. I was sure I'd seen it the afternoon before, but it wasn't there when I looked again. I even checked the trash folder and the archive. Nothing. I asked my assistant if she'd seen it. She gave me a polite, distracted shake of the head and shifted her gaze back to her screen. So I shrugged and forwarded a quick email asking for the details again. Maybe I'd been careless. But then, this morning, the quarterly report we'd all spent weeks compiling came back from management. My section, the part where I detailed the progress and outcomes of my team's efforts, was pared down, like someone had used a dull eraser. Achievements I remembered typing out in vivid detail were reduced to bland, vague statements. I blinked at the screen, fingers hovering over the keyboard. The words didn't add up. I was certain of what I'd written. Had I dreamed it? The air felt heavier around me, a faint scent of paper and something like burnt toast lingering from the break room. I rubbed my eyes and glanced sideways at the cubicle next to mine. Raj was there, his forehead creased, typing with a kind of mechanical rhythm. We'd worked together for years, and usually he was the first to celebrate my wins or commiserate over setbacks. But today, he didn't even glance my way. It was as if my presence had slipped through some invisible crack. At lunch, I tried to shake the feeling. I told myself I was imagining things, that the office stress was playing tricks on me. The sandwich I bought at the deli tasted a little off, too dry, almost cardboard-like, but I ate it anyway, chewing slowly, trying to focus on the conversations around me. The murmur of voices, the clink of cutlery, the hum of the air conditioning. But it all seemed distant, muted, like I was underwater. Back at my desk, I pulled up the email archive again, scrolling methodically through a week's worth of correspondence. A pattern started to emerge. Messages I'd sent to my supervisor had no replies, even though I was certain we'd discussed those topics. I clicked into the sent folder. Some emails were missing entirely. It was as if parts of my work life were being quietly wiped away, one small erasure at a time. I leaned back, the chair creaking beneath me, and stared at the plain ceiling tiles. The flickering light above cast lazy shadows. I tapped my fingers on the desk, feeling the rough grain of the wood through the smooth laminate. The office smelled faintly of disinfectant and old carpet, a scent I usually ignored but now felt intrusive, like an unwelcome reminder. "Hey," a voice said, breaking the silence. It was Claire from HR, standing near the doorway. She looked hesitant, her eyes darting away when I met her gaze. "Do you have a minute?" I nodded, trying to sound casual even though my throat felt tight. "Sure." She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "There's been some feedback about your recent reports. Some concerns about accuracy. I thought you should know." I blinked. "Concerns? That's strange." I double-checked everything. She shrugged, looking uncomfortable. "I know. Just thought it was better you hear it from me first." When she left, I stared at the screen again. The words on the report blurred together. A cold knot formed in my stomach. It wasn't just the missing emails or the altered reports. It was the way the office seemed to be closing in, the casual avoidance, the quiet erasure of my presence. I thought about calling my partner, but the words caught in my mouth. Would I sound paranoid? Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. Maybe I was tired. The fluorescent light flickered again, the brief buzz louder than before. Outside, a dog barked sharply, distant and sudden, breaking the afternoon lull. I sat still, listening. Silence. Complete silence. Then the soft click of a keyboard, somewhere just beyond the thin walls. I wasn't sure what was worse, the missing emails, the erased achievements, or the creeping sense that I was losing grip on what was real. But one thing was clear, something was quietly unraveling in the space I thought I called safe. And it wasn't going to stop. The screen flickered again, a subtle pulse that felt almost like a heartbeat, syncing with the uneasy rhythm inside me. I reached out, fingers trembling, hovering over the mouse, hesitant to break the fragile stillness. Outside, the light shifted imperceptibly, shadows lengthening as the day edged toward dusk. The air held a faint chill, even though the thermostat insisted it was warm. I knew I should stand up, leave this room, find some solid ground away from this creeping digital haze. But my body remained rooted, caught between fear and curiosity. The cursor blinked accusingly, a silent reminder that time was slipping through my fingers, that the lines between security and chaos were blurring faster than I could follow. A soft click echoed again, closer this time, deliberate. Not mechanical, but human. I spun around, heart thudding, and caught sight of a shadow retreating down the hallway. The house was empty, wasn't it? Yet the feeling settled deeper. I was no longer alone in this unraveling, and whatever was here wasn't content to stay hidden. The shadow disappeared around the corner, swallowed by the dim corridor. I told myself it was probably just a cleaning crew or someone from maintenance. The building wasn't supposed to be empty, not entirely. Still, no one had mentioned anyone else being here after hours. My fingers itched to check the security logs, but I didn't want to tip off whoever or whatever was lurking. It felt like stepping into quicksand, each move more dangerous than the last. I returned to the desk, swallowing a bitter lump in my throat. The glow of the screen was harsh against my eyes. The email account blinked back at me, empty, the way it had been all day. The crucial messages, those with client approvals, project deadlines, even compliments from the VP, vanished as if they'd never existed. I scrolled through the sent folder. Still there, but the replies? Gone. I tapped furiously on the keyboard, searching for every last trace. Nothing. I glanced at the clock, 7:42 p.m. The office was supposed to close at 6. That meant whoever had been here was either careless or deliberately pushing the boundaries, testing me. I didn't know which scared me more. I pulled out my phone and dialed Lisa's extension. She was the only colleague I trusted, the one who hadn't avoided me since the first odd incident. The line rang twice before she answered, voice low and cautious. Hey, you still there? I'm locked out of the server again. Her voice cracked slightly, and I caught that tremor. Locked out? That's the third time this week. I know. And get this, tomorrow's report is missing my entire section. They just erased it. Like it was never there. I swallowed hard. Lisa's name was the first on my mind when I noticed my own achievements disappearing from the performance summaries. I hadn't dared say anything out loud, not yet. Are you sure it's not a system glitch? She laughed, but it was hollow. If only. I checked with IT. No glitches. They're blaming it on user error. User error, I repeated, tasting the bitterness. Right. Lisa's sigh was audible through the line, a quiet admission of helplessness. Look, I'm meeting with HR tomorrow. If you want, I can mention your case. You're not the only one. Thanks, I said, the word tight in my throat. I might take you up on that. Before I could say more, the line went dead. Connection lost. I stared at the black screen, a sudden cold creeping down my spine. I shut my laptop and stood, pacing the cramped office. The walls felt closer now, the fluorescent lights flickering intermittently, casting brief shadows that made me jump. Somewhere, a printer clicked to life, jerking me back to the present. The smell of burnt toner filled the air, sharp and intrusive. I pinched the bridge of my nose, dizzy from the overload of stress and caffeine. There had to be a pattern. I couldn't keep reacting, I had to act. The next morning came too fast. I woke with a dry mouth, the taste of stale coffee lingering. I lay still a moment, listening to the quiet of my apartment. No footsteps outside, no distant sirens, just the clinking of dishes from the neighbors. The sun filtered weakly through the curtains, but the air was cool, almost damp. I dressed quickly, grabbing my jacket and a notebook I'd slipped into my bag the night before. At the office, the atmosphere was different. People moved in muted bursts, avoiding eye contact, whispering behind closed doors. I noticed Tom's glance lingering a moment too long, a flicker of something unspoken before he looked away. He was usually friendly, or at least neutral. Now, cold. I settled at my desk and started piecing things together. I logged into the shared server, accessing the folder where the monthly reports were stored. My section was missing again, wiped clean. I downloaded the version from last week and compared it with an archived copy I'd saved on my personal drive. Differences stared back at me like open wounds, numbers altered, comments erased, entire paragraphs missing. I opened the email logs, tracing sent messages and replies. Some threads had been deleted entirely from the archive. Others showed gaps in timestamps, suspicious delays, and strange forwarding addresses I didn't recognize. The more I dug, the more tangled it became. Someone was deliberately erasing my digital footprint, erasing me. I jotted down notes in my battered notebook, my handwriting jagged and uneven. The dim office light buzzed overhead, and the faint scent of burnt coffee wafted from the break room. I paused, listening. The hum of computers, the shuffle of papers, the distant murmur of voices. But no one approached my desk. No one acknowledged me. By mid-afternoon, I'd gathered enough evidence to feel both sick and more determined. I sent a carefully worded email to HR, attaching screenshots and logs. I requested a meeting. Then, I printed copies for Lisa. She found me just outside the elevators, her expression tight but resolute. "We're in this together," she said, sliding the papers into my hand. "But be careful. This goes beyond petty office politics." Her words settled heavy in my chest. I nodded, swallowing the lump that rose unbidden. I know. That evening, I stayed late, reviewing security footage from the hallway cameras. The grainy black and white images showed people moving past my office at odd hours, some familiar, some not. One figure caught my eye, a woman in a gray coat, her face obscured by shadow. She lingered near my door, then slipped away quickly when the camera angle shifted. I rewound, watching again. The timestamp showed 9:15 p.m. The building was supposed to be empty. Whoever she was, she had access. The flickering light above me buzzed louder, drawing my attention. I rubbed my temples, the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay suddenly feeling colder, less safe. I packed up quickly, eager to escape the building's oppressive stillness. As I locked the door behind me, my phone buzzed with a new message. No contact name. Just a single line. Stop looking. It's better for everyone. My hands trembled as I read the words. I looked around the empty corridor, the silence pressing in from all sides. I wanted to tell myself it was a prank. Maybe it was just someone trying to scare me off. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Something was closing in. And this time, there was no turning back. The hallway stretched out in front of me, dim and deserted, the faint hum of the flickering fluorescent light overhead like a slow, uneven heartbeat. I swallowed hard, the stale air thick in my throat. It wasn't just the missing emails anymore or the erased achievements on the quarterly reports. This was something far more deliberate. Personal. I had crossed a line, though I wasn't even sure where it was drawn, not yet. I stepped outside into the cool night, the dampness of the early spring air prickling my skin through my coat. The streetlights cast long shadows on the cracked pavement, a dog barking somewhere in the distance, sharp and urgent. I wanted to run, to get away from the suffocating silence of the office and the invisible eyes that tracked my every move. But the thought of turning back felt like surrender, and I wasn't ready for that. The next morning arrived with an uneasy calm. Sunlight spilled through the curtains, but it did nothing to warm the cold knot in my chest. Coffee in hand, I sat at my kitchen table, the laptop open in front of me like a battlefield. I scrolled through the inbox again, this time with a grim determination. Emails vanishing without a trace. Reports that shifted subtly, my contributions erased, replaced by empty space or other names. It was meticulous, surgical even. Someone was not just undermining me, they were rewriting history. I called HR under the guise of a routine inquiry about some policy, trying to sound casual. The woman on the other end was polite but distant, offering no real answers. "We don't usually get involved in internal disputes unless there's a formal complaint," she said. I could hear the faint buzz of office chatter behind her voice, the mundane normalcy of her day in stark contrast to the chaos unraveling in mine. I hung up, feeling more isolated than ever. It was clear no one wanted to acknowledge this problem. Or maybe no one could. Later that day, I found myself back in the office, the familiar hum of computers and low murmur of voices doing little to soothe my nerves. I needed to confront this head-on. I logged into the shared drive, fingers trembling as I navigated to the report files. Comparing versions side by side, the discrepancies jumped out at me, numbers shifted, paragraphs deleted, entire sections rewritten. It wasn't sloppy or accidental. It was deliberate erasure. I glanced around, suddenly alert to every shadow, every whispered conversation that stopped when I entered the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. My own reflection in the dark screen of the monitor looked tired, eyes rimmed red from sleepless nights. I could almost taste the bitterness of betrayal, sharp and metallic. Then, a name appeared, one I hadn't expected. Claire. The same woman in the gray coat from the surveillance footage. The one who had slipped away from my office that night. I searched her recent activity logs, and there it was, access to files I hadn't thought to check before, timestamps matching the times my emails disappeared. My stomach twisted. I thought about confronting her, but something held me back. Maybe it was fear, or maybe I wasn't ready to face the truth that someone I worked alongside could be orchestrating this. Yet, the signs were everywhere, impossible to ignore. That evening, I sat in my apartment, the faint smell of rain seeping through the cracked window. My phone buzzed again, the same message blinking on the screen. Stop looking. It's better for everyone. This time, I didn't delete it. Instead, I stared at it, fingers hovering over the keyboard, heart pounding with a mix of dread and defiance. If I stopped now, everything I'd worked for would be lost. My reputation, my sanity, my very sense of self all slipping away, one erased email at a time. But if I kept going, I was stepping into something far bigger than office politics. Something darker. I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep this up. The lines between ally and enemy blurred. Trust became a fragile, dangerous thing. And somewhere in the shadows, Claire was watching, always watching. I was running out of time and options. The message came one final time before I powered down for the night. You can't turn back now. Silence. Complete silence. I realized then that this wasn't just about my career anymore. It was about survival. And I was already too deep. The weight of the silence pressed down on me, heavier than any threat or warning I'd encountered before. Every instinct screamed to back away, to reclaim some shred of normalcy, but the truth was clear. Stepping back now meant surrender. I glanced around my dimly lit room, shadows stretching like fingers along the walls. Somewhere out there, Claire's eyes were piercing the darkness, unblinking and relentless. I reached for my phone, debating whether to risk another message, but the screen remained dark, no new alerts, no reassurance. The absence was more unsettling than any noise. My mind raced through every encounter, every whispered conversation, searching for a pattern, a clue to unravel the tangled web tightening around me. But clarity was elusive. The deeper I sank into this maze, the more I realized that answers came at a steep price. Trust was a currency I couldn't afford to spend lightly, and alliances were as fragile as glass, ready to shatter without warning. Still, I had no choice but to move forward. Because in this game, hesitation was death, and retreat was an illusion. The path ahead was obscured, but I had to find it or be consumed by the darkness waiting just beyond the edge of the light. I sat motionless, the room's silence pressing against me like a weight. Claire's eyes lingered in my mind's eye, cold, unyielding, unblinking. I couldn't shake the feeling they were watching, waiting to see me unravel. I swallowed hard, the dry scratch in my throat growing worse. I reached for the mug on the table, half filled with cold coffee, and took a sip. Bitter and acrid, it burned my tongue and left a dull ache in my stomach. I didn't want to admit it aloud, but I was losing control. The subtle sabotage, the erased emails, the vanishing reports, it wasn't just about my career anymore. It was a slow, deliberate unraveling of my mind, an erosion of everything I thought I knew about my own reality. The night was thick around me, but I forced myself up, pacing the cramped space. The flickering ceiling light cast uneven shadows, the edges of the room bending and warping with every pulse of illumination. My hands trembled slightly as I ran them over the rough plaster walls, grounding myself in the tactile, the real. I thought about the office, the way Claire had smiled at me that morning, so innocuous, so rehearsed. The way Jacob lingered a second too long near my desk, pretending to adjust a picture frame but actually erasing a file from my shared drive. It was all methodical, surgical. They didn't need to shout or confront me openly. They just chipped away at my foundation until I'd be left with nothing but dust. I pulled my laptop onto the kitchen counter, fingers hesitating over the keyboard. I needed proof. Something concrete to expose them. But every time I tried to dig deeper, the trail went cold. Emails disappeared, files vanished, even the logs I thought I'd saved were corrupted or missing. It was like being trapped in a maze with invisible walls. I opened my inbox empty. Not just missing a few emails, but a total blank slate. My heart thudded unevenly. I closed the laptop and stared at the screen, willing it to reveal a clue. The silence was absolute, except for the low hum of the refrigerator and the faint tapping of rain against the window pane. The smell of damp concrete mixed with the stale scent of old coffee filled the air. Suddenly, a knock at the door shattered the quiet. Sharp. Insistent. I froze, breath shallow, eyes darting toward the entrance. No one else should be here at this hour. The building was old, creaky, but safe, or so I told myself. Who is it? My voice cracked, barely above a whisper. No answer. Just another knock, softer this time, then silence. I approached slowly, heart hammering against my ribs. Peered through the peephole. Empty hallway. Just the dim glow of the flickering bulb outside. No footprints. No sign of anyone. I stood back, rubbing my palms on my jeans. The paranoia was eating at me, that much was certain. But the knocks felt deliberate, like a message. Or a warning. My phone buzzed suddenly, the screen lighting up with a single, cryptic text. Stop digging. No sender ID. No number. Just those 2 words. A cold sweat formed along my spine. My fingers hovered over the keypad, tempted to reply, but what could I say? Who are you? Why? I deleted the message instead, heart pounding too loud in the stillness. I wasn't ready to admit how much this was getting under my skin. I sat back down, but the room felt smaller now, suffocating. The shadows seemed to lean in closer, conspiratorial. The sense of being watched was unbearable. I rubbed my eyes, blinking hard, trying to shake the fuzziness creeping over my vision. Then, the power flickered. The light dipped, then brightened again. But this time, the laptop screen flashed brief, like a stutter, before the desktop rearranged itself. Files I'd never seen appeared, cryptic folders with names like Project X and Confidential. I didn't recognize any of it. Curiosity warred with caution. I couldn't resist. Clicking on one folder, a document popped up. It was a spreadsheet, but the data was unfamiliar, coded. I scanned the columns, dates, names, numbers, but no meaning. Except, one line caught my eye. My name, alongside a series of negative remarks, performance warnings, all dated before they ever appeared in my official record. Someone had been rewriting my history. A sudden noise made me jump, a chair scraping against the floor in the next room. I wasn't alone. My breath hitched as I grabbed the laptop and crept toward the door, finger trembling on the knob. "Hello?" I called out, voice barely steady. Silence. I stepped out, laptop pressed to my chest. The hallway was dark, the faint smell of cleaning chemicals lingering in the air. The door to the apartment opposite mine was ajar, a sliver of light spilling into the hall. I squinted, heart racing. Is someone there? I tried again. No response. Just a steady drip of water from a leaky pipe somewhere down the corridor, and was that whispering? Faint, indistinct, like voices tangled in static. I knew better than to follow. But every instinct screamed at me to find out who was playing this cruel game. Back in my apartment, I locked the door, double-checked the chain. The laptop's screen blinked again. The folders vanished, replaced by a single image, my own face, graining and distorted, eyes hollow. I yanked a plug from the wall. Darkness swallowed the room. My hands were slick with sweat. The air tasted metallic, thick, and suffocating. I pressed my back against the door, sliding down until I sat on the floor, knees drawn up. Every nerve in my body screamed to run, to hide, to disappear. But I couldn't. Not yet. There was a knock again. Soft this time. Deliberate. Right at the door. I didn't move. "Open up," a voice said, low and calm. "We need to talk." The voice was familiar. Too familiar. Claire. My throat tightened. I wanted to scream, to slam the door, to vanish into the shadows. Instead, I whispered, "No." Silence. Then, footsteps fading down the hall. I exhaled, the sound ragged and raw. The nightmare wasn't over. It had only just begun. I didn't move for what felt like an eternity, pressed flat against my apartment door, the cold wood biting into my spine. After a long moment, I slipped to my feet, hands still trembling. The laptop sat on the small table, dark but ominous. I yanked the plug out, but the screen's blackness seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. I knew better than to trust it. Not anymore. I paced. The apartment smelled stale, like old paper and cold sweat. The air hung thick, too warm for a spring evening. My throat was raw, dry as sandpaper, and every breath felt labored. Somewhere outside, a dog barked a sharp, piercing sound that made me flinch. The next morning came slow and gray. I woke with a headache pulsing behind my eyes, the edges sharp and relentless. For a while, I lay in bed, staring at the peeling ceiling, trying to piece together what had unraveled in the last weeks. The vanished emails, the erased achievements, the distorted images on my laptop. All of it had been a quiet war, fought in shadows and silence. And now, Claire's voice in the hallway, the knock, proof that the enemy wasn't some faceless entity but someone I once trusted. I dressed slowly, pulling on a sweater that smelled faintly of mothballs. The weight of the day settled over me like a heavy fog as I stepped outside. The air was cool, the faint scent of rain lingering in the breeze. The streets were quieter than usual, the kind of calm that felt like a held breath before a storm. At work, the atmosphere was different. I could feel it as soon as I entered the building, eyes flickering away when I looked, whispered conversations halting abruptly. The sabotage hadn't stopped. If anything, it had become more insidious. Reports I had compiled were missing pages, data altered, my name absent where it should have been. I sat at my desk, the computer screen glaring back at me, indifferent and cold. But something had changed in me. The fear, the confusion, they were still there, swirling beneath the surface, but now there was something else. Resolve. A slow-burning determination that refused to be snuffed out. I started by printing every document I could find related to my projects. Hard copies, physical evidence that couldn't be deleted with a few strokes of a keyboard. I copied emails into folders, backed up spreadsheets, saved chat logs. It was tedious, exhausting work, but necessary. Each page was a small victory, a shield against the erasure I'd been subjected to. In the middle of the afternoon, Claire appeared at my desk. Her face was unreadable, a mask I had come to recognize as both tool and shield. She didn't speak at first, just watched me sift through papers. Then, quietly, she said, "You're making this harder than it has to be." I looked up, surprised by the calm in her tone. "Why, Claire? Why are you doing this?" Her eyes flicked away, a shadow crossing her features. "It's not personal," she murmured, "just business. You don't get it. You never did." There was a pause. I wanted to press further, to unravel the reasons behind the betrayal, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I nodded slowly, the weight of her dismissal settling on me. That evening, I sat alone in my apartment, the city lights washing over the walls in muted colors. The laptop was back on, but this time I kept it closed. I didn't need to see my distorted face staring back at me anymore. The nightmare had taken a different shape, not one of flickering screens or disappearing files, but of cold reality and fractured trust. I thought about why I had lost not just my work, but my sense of self. The colleagues who had smiled while carving away at my career, the nights spent questioning my own mind, wondering if I'd imagined the sabotage. The horror wasn't in ghosts or shadows, it was in the slow, deliberate unraveling by people who once stood beside me. But I wasn't broken. Weeks passed. The company's internal investigation, sparked by my collected evidence and whispered complaints, began to peel back the layers of deceit. Some colleagues were reprimanded, others quietly moved to different departments. Claire resigned before the hearing, leaving behind a silence that was almost louder than her presence. I didn't celebrate. There was no triumphant music, no sudden restoration of the status I'd lost. Instead, there was a quiet acceptance, a recognition that some wounds would never fully heal, that scars remained beneath the surface. In those weeks, I found myself changing. I stopped searching for validation in others' eyes. The relentless need to prove my worth, to fight for recognition, softened into something steadier, a commitment to my own integrity, regardless of who tried to undermine it. Sometimes, late at night, the apartment still felt too quiet. The flicker of streetlights cast long shadows, and I'd catch a glimpse of movement from the corner of my eye, only to find emptiness. The laptop sat closed, a reminder of the invisible war I had endured. But the face on the screen was gone. I was still here. And that was enough. Looking back, I realized the sabotage wasn't just an attack on my career. It was an assault on my very sense of reality. To survive it, I had to rebuild from the ruins, not just the work that was stolen, but the trust I'd lost in myself. The echoes of those days linger, quiet yet persistent, like a distant hum in the background of my mind. I don't know if the wounds will ever fully fade, or if the paranoia will ever completely settle. Maybe it's foolish to expect such things. But I do know this: I'm no longer the person who sat on the floor that night, pressed against the door, swallowed by fear. I'm someone who faced the darkness and kept moving forward, even when the way wasn't clear. That kind of strength doesn't come without cost. But it also doesn't come without meaning. The nightmare ended when I refused to disappear. Story 6, Detour into Darkness, Unseen Roads of Horror. The night air smelled of rain and something else I couldn't place, a faint, sour tang that clung to the back of my throat when I breathed in through the cracked window. "Going home?" the driver asked without looking over, his voice low. "Yeah, to the north side," I said, sliding into the back seat. The plastic smelled faintly of cleaning spray and something metallic, like the trace of old pennies. The phone's GPS was already set, the blue dot blinking steadily on the screen mounted to the dashboard. I watched it as we pulled away from the curb, the streetlights casting long shadows that flickered like ghosts on the pavement. The driver didn't say much, just the occasional "more right," but his eyes kept darting to the rearview mirror, as if he were watching something behind me. At first, everything seemed normal. The car moved smoothly through the familiar streets, the hum of the engine a steady comfort. But then, after a few minutes, the GPS signal wavered. The blue dot froze, the route line flickering and then vanishing altogether. "Hey, my GPS just died," I said, glancing up at the driver. "Any idea what's going on?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he slowed the car and turned sharply onto a narrow side road I didn't recognize. The streetlights disappeared behind thick trees, leaving us in near darkness except for the headlights cutting through mist that seemed to rise from the ground itself. "Places like this," he said finally, voice barely above a whisper, "are better left unseen." I blinked, trying to make sense of what he meant. "Sorry?" His eyes met mine in the mirror, but there was no warmth there. Only a strange, distant look, like he was speaking more to himself than to me. "You don't want to go down certain roads. You don't want to know what's hidden beyond the edges." I swallowed hard, the air, cold and heavy with silence, feeling suddenly colder against my skin. "I just want to get home," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, though my fingers curled tightly in my lap. The road curved again, tighter this time. The trees pressed in closer, branches scratching against the car like brittle fingers. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, sharp and sudden, then gone. My phone remained dead, no signal, no service, no hope. "Why are we taking this road?" I asked, voice rising a little. He didn't answer, just nodded toward the darkening horizon. "You'd be surprised what people leave behind. Things better forgotten." I tried to laugh, but it came out hollow. "I think you're losing me." He shook his head slowly. "Not losing you. Just testing your patience." His hands tightened on the wheel. "It's easy to get lost out here. Not just in the woods or the roads, but in the stories people don't tell." The car jolted over a pothole, the tires crunching on gravel. I pressed my back against the seat, heart beating unevenly. The street signs were gone now, replaced by gnarled trees and the occasional flicker of a failing street lamp struggling to stay lit. I wanted to argue, to demand he turn back, but something in his tone made me hesitate. Maybe it was the way his eyes caught the faint glint of something in the rearview mirror, or the way his jaw clenched as if holding back a secret. A sudden gust of wind rattled the windows, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. I swallowed again, tasting the bitterness of unease. "Look," I said, voice softer. "If this is some kind of joke, it's not funny." He didn't respond. Instead, the car slowed to a crawl, the headlights revealing a narrow bridge arching over a dark creek. The water below was black and still, reflecting no stars, no moon. "Some places," he said quietly, "don't want visitors." I nodded, though I wasn't sure if I believed him or just wanted to agree to end the conversation. The road ahead twisted sharply, leading deeper into a stretch of forest I had only ever heard about in passing, a place locals called the Forgotten Hollow. The name alone set my skin on edge. My phone buzzed suddenly in my pocket. I reached for it, hopeful for a lifeline, but the screen stayed dark. Dead. I looked up at the driver. "Can you at least tell me how much farther?" He smiled, but it wasn't a smile that reached his eyes. "Far enough. Just far enough to see what most don't." The car rounded another bend, and the world seemed to close in tighter, the trees leaning like silent sentinels. I pressed my palms flat against the cold door, the fake leather sticky beneath my fingers. Something about the way the night swallowed the road felt deliberate, like we were slipping into a place that was waiting. Waiting for what? I didn't know. But I knew I didn't want to find out. The headlights cut through the darkness in uneven beams, revealing glimpses of cracked asphalt and tangled undergrowth. A distant howl echoed, sharp and haunting, making the hairs on my neck stand up. He didn't glance my way, his focus steady, as if he navigated by some internal compass tuned to secrets buried deep in the shadows. Every mile we drove felt heavier, the air thick with unspoken warnings. I swallowed hard, realizing some roads aren't meant to be traveled alone. The car moved slower now, winding deeper into the tangle of back roads where streetlights were just a memory. "You're lost," I said, voice barely above the hum of the engine. "This isn't the way." He didn't answer right away. His hands tightened on the wheel, knuckles whitening. The curve of his mouth suggested a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Lost is a matter of perspective," he said finally, low and deliberate. "Sometimes you have to get lost to find something worth seeing." I wanted to argue, but the words stuck in my throat. I tried checking my phone again. No signal. The screen stayed stubbornly blank, the GPS cursor spinning in place like a compass gone mad. I tapped the screen harder, shook the phone, even tried switching it off and on. Nothing. The soft glow of the dashboard was the only thing keeping the night from swallowing us whole. I glanced sideways at him, wondering if the flicker of doubt I felt was mirrored in his expression. But his eyes were fixed on the road, steady and unreadable. "Places like this. People don't talk about them," he said. "Not because they're afraid. Because they know better." The phrase hung between us, thick and heavy. I swallowed, and the metallic taste of adrenaline coated my tongue. I thought about my apartment, the thin walls and the familiar street lamp outside my window. About my cat, probably curled up on the couch, waiting for me to come home. About the cold shower I promised myself, the quiet relief of sleep that now seemed impossibly far away. The car jolted over a patch of broken asphalt. He didn't slow down. "I don't want to be part of some secret," I managed, voice trembling. "Just take me back. Please." He let out a breath that sounded almost like a laugh. "You don't understand. This isn't about you or me. It's about what's been buried for too long." I swallowed hard again, the knot in my stomach tightening. I could feel the pulse in my temples, sharp and insistent. I thought about jumping out, running into those dark woods, but the cold air outside seemed like a trap itself. The underbrush looked thick and alive, the branches like claws waiting to snag me. I was trapped between two kinds of darkness. The road narrowed, twisting tighter, the trees pressing in like they wanted to listen. The window rattled slightly with the car's uneven speed. A strange smell reached me, something sour and metallic, faint but unmistakable. It reminded me of old rain, wet concrete, and something else I couldn't place, buried somewhere between rust and rot. I wrinkled my nose, trying to shake the feeling of being watched. You said there are places best left unseen, I said, voice barely audible. What do you mean? He hesitated, then glanced at me, the faintest trace of something like regret in his eyes. Not everything is meant for the light. Sometimes, the stories we tell ourselves are just masks. Like this road. Like everything out here. He turned sharply onto what looked like an abandoned path, the tires crunching over gravel thick with dust and debris. The car's headlights caught the outline of a dilapidated sign, half-tilted and unreadable. The air felt colder, heavier, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. I looked back down at my phone. Still nothing. No bars. No signal. No way to call for help. The silence between us was suddenly louder, filled with the sound of my own breathing and the soft rustling of leaves against the window. I tried to catch his eye again, searching for any hint of what was coming next. But he was focused, unshaken, like a man walking a path he'd known since childhood. Why are you doing this? I asked quietly. Why take me here? He smiled again, that same cold smile. Because you need to see. Because sometimes you have to face what everyone else hides from. The road ended abruptly at a small clearing. The car's tires crunched on loose gravel, and the headlights revealed a forgotten cluster of buildings, their windows shattered, walls cracked and worn. The faint flicker of a dying street lamp cast long, trembling shadows. I caught a glimpse of something, scraps of paper fluttering in the wind, tangled vines crawling over rusted metal fences. It felt like stepping into a ghost town, but not one haunted by spirits. This was something else. Something human. I swallowed hard, the knot in my stomach now a burning coil. The air smelled sharper here, colder. The quiet was different, less empty, more expectant. Why here? I whispered. He turned off the engine, and the sudden silence was overwhelming. The only sound was the distant dripping of water and the wind stirring dead leaves. He looked at me for the first time without that unreadable mask, his eyes steady and serious. Because this is where the story starts, he said. And once you hear it, you can't unhear it. I wanted to turn away, to demand he take me home. But something in his voice, no, something in the way the darkness seemed to press around us, pulled me forward instead. The door clicked open. Cold air rushed in, sharp and biting. I hesitated, then stepped out, the gravel crunching beneath my shoes. The night stretched wide and silent, waiting. And I realized maybe I was already too far gone to turn back. The air bit harder than before, a sharpness I couldn't shake, like the night was slicing through me with invisible edges. Where exactly are we? My voice was a whisper, barely carrying over the hollow drip of water somewhere nearby. Not a place on any map you'd want to find, he said without turning, voice low, almost a warning. Places like this don't stay hidden by accident. They're buried for a reason. I swallowed, the knot in my throat tightening. The smell of damp earth mixed with the faint tang of rust, metal, maybe old machinery or something decaying. I could taste it in the back of my mouth, sour and sharp. The wind shifted, carrying a distant, low groan. Not human, but not natural either. I told myself it was just the trees, or the wind moving through abandoned structures. But the sound clung to my skin, cold and unwelcome. "I don't understand," I said, stepping closer to the car. "Why bring me here? Why not just take me home?" Tom finally looked at me, and for a moment, the unreadable mask cracked. His eyes, dark and steady, held something like regret or maybe resignation. "Because once you know, you can't turn away. You can't just walk back into the light pretending none of this ever happened." I shivered, though whether it was the cold or his words, I couldn't tell. "What do you mean? What is this place?" He opened the door, the sudden rush of cold air swallowing us both. I hesitated, my boots crunching on the gravel as I followed him down a narrow path. The moon, half hidden by clouds, cast weak shadows that danced and flickered, making the trees look like they moved just beyond the edge of sight. The wind whispered again, carrying fragments of voices I couldn't place, snatches of conversation, laughter, and something else, a sob, maybe. "This road," Tom said, voice low, "used to lead to a community. People lived here once. Families. Kids. But it all fell apart, buried beneath secrets no one wanted to face." I stopped, heart pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. "What kind of secrets?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a crumpled photo, edges worn and faded. He handed it to me, and I recognized the grainy image of a group of people standing in front of a dilapidated building. Children with bright eyes, faces full of hope or maybe just innocence. The photo felt heavy in my palm, as if it carried the weight of every quiet scream this place had swallowed. "Years ago," he said, "something happened here. Something no one wanted to admit. The town fell apart. People vanished. Stories got twisted into rumors about cults, about disappearances. But the truth, it's worse. It's in the silence. In the way the earth holds its breath." I looked up at him, searching for any hint of what he meant, but his face was unreadable again, like a locked door. I wanted to ask more, to pry out the details, but a sudden noise cut through the night, a branch snapping underfoot, close by, too close. I froze. My skin prickled, every instinct screaming to run, but I was rooted to the spot. Tom's hand moved to the door handle, fingers tight, knuckles white. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. "Yeah," he said, voice steady but low. "You're not the only one out here tonight." A rustle in the bushes. Then silence. I swallowed hard, feeling the cold sweat bead at my temples. "Who else?" Tom shook his head. "I can't say. But you're not safe. Not here." The path ahead disappeared into dense underbrush, shadows thickening like ink. I glanced down at the photo again. The kids' faces stared back, frozen in time, smiles that felt like a cruel joke now. The weight of it pressed down on me, heavier than the night. "Why me?" I asked, voice cracking. "Why bring me into this?" "Because you asked questions. You wanted to know the truth. But sometimes, knowing means you can't go back. Once you step past a certain point, the story owns you." I felt a surge of panic, cold and sharp. I took a step back. "I just want to go home." Tom shook his head, eyes hardening. "We don't get to choose once we're this far in. You're part of it now, whether you like it or not." The wind picked up, carrying with it the faint scent of smoke, something burning far off but unmistakable. My breath caught. The night didn't feel empty anymore. It was watching. Waiting. A sound broke the silence again, footsteps, deliberate and slow, coming from the darkness behind us. I whipped around, heart hammering. Nothing but shadows. But the feeling was there. Someone or something was out there. Watching. Hunting. Tom locked the car doors with a sharp click. "No more turning back," he said, voice low and firm. "We keep moving forward. Forward. Into the dark, into whatever this place was hiding." The truth I'd begged to uncover now felt like a noose tightening around my neck. My hands trembled, but I forced myself to step deeper into the night. Because the path was already closing behind me. A twisted breeze whispered through the trees, carrying faint, unearthly murmurs that crawled under my skin. Every step echoed louder, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for me to stumble. But I couldn't stop, not now. The forest seemed to close in tighter around us, the trees like silent sentinels watching our every move. A faint crackle from the underbrush snapped me out of my thoughts. I stopped, heart jerking against my ribs like a trapped animal. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, eyes darting into the blackness beyond the weak circle of our flashlights. Tom nodded, voice low, almost a growl. "They're close. You can't see everything in the dark, but they're there." I wanted to ask who they were, but the words caught in my throat. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but the road behind us was already swallowed by night and trees. No turning back. No escape. The smell of smoke was stronger now, acrid and sharp, burning into my nostrils. It wasn't a distant fire anymore. It was near, too near. My skin prickled, that uneasy tightness crawling up my neck and settling behind my eyes. We moved forward, steps slow and deliberate, each footfall muffled by damp leaves and soft earth. The faint murmurs from the previous clearing had vanished, replaced by a silence so complete it pressed against my eardrums. The forest was holding its breath, waiting. "This place," Tom said, voice rough, "it's not just a patch of woods. People come here, thinking they're alone. But they're not. Not really." I swallowed, unsure whether to be angry or terrified. "Why bring me here? What are you trying to show me?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, its edges stained and worn. The dim beam from my flashlight caught a few words, names, dates, addresses. A list. People who had disappeared. "Look," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "None of this is random. These roads, the lost GPS signal, it's deliberate. They want it that way. They want the curious to get lost." The hairs on my arms stood on end. Who? Who are they? Tom's eyes flicked to the shadows beyond the trees. That's the part no one talks about. Not even the cops. There are people who live out here off the grid, off the map, who don't want to be found. They keep the secrets. And sometimes they add new ones. I tried to steady my breathing, but my chest felt tight, like I was underwater. The ground beneath us wasn't just dirt and leaves, it was a trap, laid carefully over years of silence. Suddenly, a faint rustling behind us made me spin around. Nothing but the black sway of branches. Yet the sensation was undeniable, eyes watching, waiting. "Tom," I said, voice cracking. "We have to get out. Now." He shook his head, face grim. "Not yet. We're close. If we turn back, we'll never know." Every instinct screamed to argue, but the weight of his conviction pinned my tongue. The list in his hand was proof enough that this wasn't some reckless detour. It was a descent into something darker than I'd imagined. We pressed on, the trail narrowing until it was barely a path. Mud sucked at my shoes, and the air grew colder, wetter. The smoke smell thickened, curling in my throat with each breath. Then, flickering ahead, a faint, unsteady light. A cabin? No, it looked abandoned. Windows boarded up, paint peeling like dead skin. The oppressive quiet of the place was suffocating. Tom slowed, glancing around like a haunted animal. They use this place, he said, voice low. Sometimes for meetings. Sometimes for other things. I stepped closer, the ground crunching beneath my feet. The door hung slightly ajar, creaking with the breeze. The smell of damp would mixed with something else, rot, decay, and that unmistakable hint of burning. Why bring me here? I demanded, heart thudding painfully. What do you want me to see? He didn't answer. Instead, he stepped inside, disappearing into the darkness. I hesitated, every nerve screaming to stay outside, but something, curiosity, fear, the need for answers, pushed me forward. Inside, the air was stale, thick with dust and the faint metallic tang of rust. The floorboards groaned underfoot, and the weak light from outside barely touched the far corners. Scraps of paper littered the ground, newspaper clippings, scribbled notes, photographs. Faces stared up at me, smiling, frozen in time. My stomach twisted. These were the disappeared. The forgotten. The lost. A sudden noise, a soft thud from the back room, made me jump. Tom was gone. Tom? I called, voice echoing strangely in the cramped space. No answer. Just the creak of wood settling, the distant howl of a dog far off. Panic fluttered in my chest like a trapped bird. I moved cautiously toward the sound, each step heavier than the last. The back room was darker, the air colder. A single bulb dangled from the ceiling, flickering weakly. On the wall, a map pinned with pushpins marking spots, some familiar, most not. Routes winding through the forest, circles drawn in red ink. And then I saw it, a name scratched crudely into the wall, right next to a faded photograph. My breath caught. It was mine. I stumbled back, heart pounding. How could this be? I hadn't told anyone where I lived. How had my name ended up here, in this forgotten place? A sudden movement to my left made me whirl around. Tom stood there, his face unreadable, eyes darker than before. You wanted the truth, he said quietly, stepping closer. This is it. Now you know why the roads twist, why the GPS fails, why we don't turn back. I swallowed hard, words failing me. He smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was a warning. You're part of the story now, he said. Whether you like it or not. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the shutters. The night wasn't done with me yet. Not by a long shot. And I realized then that the path forward wasn't just about survival. It was about facing the darkness inside and out, no matter the cost. The wind slammed against the shutter again, louder this time, rattling it like it wanted to tear the whole frame loose. I sank onto the cold floor, the faded photograph still clutched in my trembling hand. It was my face, smiling in a way I barely recognized. The scratches beside it, my name, crudely carved, felt like a scream from the past or maybe a warning from someone who never left. I didn't know what was worse, the idea that someone had been watching me long before that night, or that I might never really be free of this place. Tom's footsteps creaked behind me. You're not leaving tonight, he said, voice low but steady. Not until you understand. I swallowed hard, the dry air scratching in my throat. Why me? Why my name? My voice cracked. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he pulled up a chair and sat opposite me. The dim light flickered overhead, casting long shadows that made his face look almost carved from stone. Because you're curious. Because you don't turn away when the road gets dark. There was something almost cruel in that sentence, but also an odd kind of truth. I thought about my own stubbornness, the way I kept asking questions even when every instinct told me to stop. Maybe I dug this hole myself. Maybe I was just naive enough to believe I could wade through someone else's nightmare and come out clean. "Look," he said, his voice softer now. "This place, these roads, they're not accidents. They're traps built to keep people in or keep them out. For years, I've been part of it. I thought I could protect you by warning you, but you needed to see for yourself." I closed my eyes. The silence stretched, thick and heavy. Outside, the wind died down a little, but the night still felt alive with unseen eyes. I could almost hear the trees whispering secrets, branches scraping like fingernails across the window. "Why the GPS?" I asked finally. Tom shrugged. "Technology can't track what doesn't want to be found. The roads aren't on any map. It's like this place wants to stay hidden, to erase itself from the world." I pictured the winding back roads, the way we'd circle deeper into nowhere, the air, cold and heavy with silence growing colder, the darkness so dense it swallowed the headlights. It wasn't just a shortcut gone wrong. It was deliberate. Calculated. "So what happens now?" I whispered. He looked at me then, really looked, and for a moment I saw something flicker behind those dark eyes. "Regret. Maybe. You have to choose. Stay and become part of this place, or leave and live with what you've learned." I thought about the photograph, my name scratched into that crumbling wall. About how easy it would be to get lost in here forever, swallowed by secrets and silence. I stood slowly, feeling the weight of exhaustion settle into my bones. "I want out." Tom nodded, standing as well. "Then follow me." We moved through the shadows, the air thick with dust and the smell of old wood and damp plaster. Outside, the night had softened into a quiet stillness. I felt the cold seep into my skin as we stepped into the open, the moon a thin crescent hanging in the sky. The car was where I'd left it, headlights off, waiting like a silent promise. I slid into the passenger seat without looking back. Tom took the wheel, the engine humming quietly. The road stretched ahead, dark and winding, but this time the GPS flickered back to life. The blue line pulsed steadily toward home. "Why help me now?" I asked, voice barely above the hum of the engine. He glanced at me, a faint smile pulling at his lips. "Because you reminded me what it's like to want out." The drive back was slow, deliberate. Every mile felt like peeling away a layer of that suffocating night. The trees thinned, the sky opened up, and the familiar glow of streetlights grew stronger. When we pulled up in front of my apartment building, I hesitated. The door to the car clicked shut behind me, and the silence felt different, less like a trap, more like a fragile truce. "Thanks," I said, unsure if it was meant for him or just the night itself. Tom nodded once, then disappeared into the darkness without another word. Inside, I locked the door behind me, every bolt and latch clicking into place. The apartment smelled faintly of lavender and old paper, comforting, real. I sat down on the couch, the photograph folded carefully in my jacket pocket. My hands still trembled, but not from fear. From something else. Relief, maybe. Or the quiet knowledge that I'd faced the darkness and come back. Changed, but still whole. Sleep didn't come easy that night. I kept hearing the wind tapping on the window, whispering those same warnings. Places best left unseen. But I'd seen them. I'd been there. And somehow, that made all the difference. The next morning, sunlight poured through the blinds, soft and forgiving. I looked out at the world, bright, ordinary, utterly unaware of the roads that twisted just beyond the city's edge. I knew I'd carry this night with me forever. the weight of what I'd found, the sting of what I'd lost. But I also knew that I wasn't the same person who'd climbed into that car hours ago. There was a scar now, something raw and real beneath my skin. A secret I couldn't unlearn. Maybe that was the point. Maybe some stories don't end with neat resolutions or clear answers. They linger, like shadows at the edge of your vision, reminders that the world holds more than it reveals. I locked the photograph away in a drawer, but I didn't throw it out. Not yet. Some truths, I realized, aren't meant to be forgotten. And as the days passed, I found myself looking at the map on my phone differently, tracing the roads that once trapped me, wondering if I'd ever really escape the story I'd become part of. Because sometimes, the darkest journeys aren't the ones outside, but the ones inside ourselves.